Okay, Chair, we are now live.
Okay. I'll call the July 14th, 2022 meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission to order. We are still waiting for our Vice Chair, Orlando Simpson. And I've got to text that to him to get a status. But want to try and, we have a full day, so I want to try and begin promptly. So thank you, everyone. As you know, we were intending on being in person in Salem. I'm hearing from the Vice Chair, he's 5 minutes out. So we'll see him in a minute. At any rate, we were intending to be in person, but for a variety of reasons that didn't work out. People's schedules and other issues that arose. So we're in familiar territory, being remote, and actually one of our commissioners is out of the country, so we are international this morning. Yeah. Commissioner Smith is in Canada. So thank everyone for making the changes necessary to go from being in a live meeting in Salem to being remote this morning. Today we have, as I mentioned, we have a full agenda. It includes a number of updates, including from the Urban Mobility Office on the Urban Mobility Strategy, on the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project, on the Strategic Action Plan, on EV charging, on ADA compliance, and specifically the substantial curb cutting work that's being done to put in place curb cuts throughout the state. So I look forward to all of those updates. We also have two discussion items, one on community work agreements and the other on Orgo and the road user charge efforts. And then we have a number of decision items, including on federal redistribution funding, on the STIP, a budget update, and TOF allocation matters. So those are also on the agenda today. So I look forward to a full agenda. And with that, I think to get us rolling here, we will move to public comment. We have 4 people who have signed up: Jason Fender, Mike Salsgiver, Tuana Hennessy, and Nate McCoy, all on the all on agenda item G, which is our community workforce agreement update discussion. So we will take them in the order I called them. Welcome you all to the meeting. Start with Jason and then move to Mike Salsgiver. And then after that, we'll have hear from Tuana Hennessy and Nate McCoy. So Jason. And Jason, you're muted and not your camera's not on. Sabrina, is he connected?
He's sitting in their chair, but he hasn't responded. Maybe Mike could go ahead and start.
Okay, we'll move to Mr. Salsgiver. Mike, great to see you this morning, and look forward to your testimony. So please begin. I think you're muted.
How about now?
Now is good.
Good. Okay. Apologies.
No problem.
I muted myself on the screen and on the microphone just so I didn't mess up here. So good morning.
All systems working, Mike.
I'll try to be brief. For the record, I am Mike Salsgiver. I'm Executive Director of the AGC Oregon Columbia chapter. We represent 810 commercial contractors and professional associates and industry associates throughout Oregon and Southwest Washington State. We represent over 30,000 employees out of a workforce of 110,000 in our region. We're a big tent chapter. What that means is we represent all parts of the commercial construction industry, general and specialty contractors, urban and rural, union and open shop, big, medium, small, vertical and horizontal constructors. On behalf of AGC, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide some quick comments on agenda item G, the Community Workforce Agreement Update. One of our key roles as an association is to ensure that all of our members have a full and fair opportunity to compete for work throughout the public contracting process. And you will find in your board materials a letter that to the commission that AGC and 7 of our sister associations submitted earlier this week, outlining more detailed concerns with the substance, timing, and process related to the development of this policy. And for the next few minutes, I'd like to summarize the contents of that letter. Before I continue, I want to emphasize that AGC strongly supports what were the stated goals of this process, which were to strengthen a fully integrated and aligned system that would train the skilled workers necessary to build Oregon's highway and other public infrastructure projects. We've been working on that for decades, and we were happy to receive the invitation to participate on an advisory committee that would draft recommendations for Commissioners or Director Strickler to support the establishment of the workforce. This is an objective our association has worked on for many decades, and we thought we had a positive role to play. We're concerned about the process for a number of reasons, however. First and foremost, many of the stakeholders who have an abiding and strong interest in this matter have been excluded from the process. And we believe that any agreement that results should be negotiated between business and labor, with the state playing a guiding role. The state should set the policy subject to demonstrable public support, and business and labor should negotiate an agreement subject to that policy. But that has been the nature of those kinds of matters for well over a century. Second, we're concerned that the proposed framework being used to draft a workforce agreement in Oregon, the proposal under consideration, is based largely on a model used for vertical builders in Seattle. And given the business models chosen by over 80% of the heavy highway companies in this state, that model will not work here. Third, as an organization deeply involved in the drafting of SB 420, which has been used as the justification to proceed in the manner that's being done, we want to point out that the bill provides for this policy to be permissive and not mandatory. Fourth, we believe that any agreement that is negotiated should be narrow in scope, should focus on only a few projects to start, using a monetary value for the project that allows for the adequate contract administration for the gathering of information as to its efficacy. Fifth, we're concerned about the relative speed with which this is moving, particularly since every key interested party or stakeholder has been excluded from the recently commenced substantive negotiations. That's a sweeping proposal, and it needs to be developed properly and in a manner that would allow the broadest support for it to evolve as is possible. Finally, AGC is concerned that the Commission is considering a draft rule for a significant policy agreement that is still under exclusive negotiation and is not even available to us in the public. I want to point out that in the past, AGC drafted, in the past spring, we drafted a workforce framework that we'd hope could be used as a discussion point that was based on the Selwood Bridge replacement project, a framework that our members signed and worked under. And we're prepared to circulate this draft to the involved parties for discussion, but that effort came to a halt when we were informed about the confidential and exclusive negotiations now being conducted. So to close, given the sweeping nature of this proposal, its complexity, the likely impacts to our industry that it will have on a large portion of our industry, AGC is requesting that the Commission direct ODOT to open the process allow us and the other interested parties to be at the table, and that the process be afforded sufficient time within which to develop a workforce agreement we all may be able to support. And despite our frustration and concerns with this process, we remain willing to be a constructive party to drafting a functional and fair agreement that we can all work on for many years to come. So Chair Van Brocklen, members of the commission, thank you for letting me speak and for going well over time. I apologize for that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salsgiver. Are there any questions from members of the commission for Mr. Salsgiver? I assume, Mike, you're going to be, but want a confirmation that you're going to be listening in to item G this morning.
I'll be here all day, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. In the event we
Mr.
do
Chair,
have,
I do
yeah.
have a question. I'm
All
sorry
right.
to interrupt. I do have a question.
I'm just going to say before your question, if when we get to the item later in the meeting, there may be other questions we might have for you. So I'd extend that to all four of our commenters this morning, just so if we need to reach out to you, you're there. So I'll check in with each of you individually as you comment, provide your comments. But with that, I'll turn to Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Salsgiver, you're requesting that we direct the department to open up the negotiations to have other parties at the table. If that were to happen, what would be a realistic timeline for that agreement to be developed in your perspective?
Chair Van Brocklen, Commissioner Smith, earlier this spring, we were in contact with the building trades to talk about this matter. And we agreed in part to commence with the drafting of what we are calling a modified Selwood agreement, in large part because we hoped it would facilitate conversations between them that we could then bring back through the first advisory committee that was set up late last summer, early fall, for their consideration, that would then develop options for the director. And we completed that work and had that draft. The day that I called to find out how to distribute it, I was informed of these confidential negotiations, so we stood down, frankly. We have a document that we would be happy to submit for discussion at any point that the department would find useful. And we have very good relationships with the trades. We bargain with them, and we are in contact with them on a relatively regular basis. So I don't think, if the process were to move in that direction, I think we could probably have, I would certainly be committed toward coming up with a proposal that would work in fairly short order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Thank you, Mr. Salsgiver. Are there any other questions at this point by members of the commission to Mr. Salsgiver or staff? Okay, we're going to move on to Mr. Fender. Welcome, Mr. Fender, to our meeting, and we look forward to hearing your comment. You're on mute. I think still on.
Can you hear me there?
Yes, perfect.
All right. I apologize. I thought I'd already spoken earlier. So
if you did, we didn't hear you, so we want to hear you. So
I got a test run in then anyway. So we'll go with that.
Yeah,
So.
that's always good. All right. Well, we look forward to hearing your comments, and you'll get to hear them from yourself a second time. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Van Brocklen and members of the commission. My name is Jason Fender. I'm the general manager partner of TFT Construction based in Scappoose, Oregon. We're a small contractor. We do asphalt milling and paving. We work all over the state of Oregon. And I'm just testifying today because I am very concerned about ODOT's draft rules on this community workforce agreements. I just was brought to my attention here a few weeks ago, and looking through some of the materials made available, I can say that although I am in favor of the stated goals, I am very concerned about the including project labor agreements and community workforce agreements. I'm sure you all know that project labor agreements bind all contractors and subcontractors to a project on projects to a union, essentially making everyone a union contractor for the project. Here in Oregon, that's a big change. For most of my career, I worked for a union contractor, and I'm now a partner in a non-union contractor. And I can say that there are many reasons a contractor may choose to be union or non-union. And the fact is that the union model won't work for a lot of us smaller companies. For those contractors, it's not as simple as assuming that a project labor agreement only applies to specific projects because it requires changes to our entire small business model. It's not really a matter of how you treat your workers or what you pay. It's more about what the unions cover, what areas, and having flexibility for your workers to perform different tasks. I believe mandating project labor agreements on projects of any size requires more consideration of the potential unintended consequences, especially for us smaller rural contractors. Based on what has been made available online, I don't think enough work has been done to look into this and what the consequences could be acquired into this. So for that, I appreciate you guys listening to me, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? Okay, we will move on then to Tuana Hennessy, followed by Nate McCoy. Ms. Hennessy, you are on screen, and I think the mic is, you're not muted, so welcome, and please proceed with your comments.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And for the record, my name is Tuana Hennessy. I'm Community Outreach Representative for Northwest Carpenters Union. We, the Carpenters, represent over 28,000 working people throughout the area of construction and manufacturing, energy, and forest product industries. Our mission is to provide opportunities for people, working people, to advance into family wage jobs and have thriving careers in our state. And we recognize that there's a lot of work to be done around that to make that happen. And that's why I'm here to provide comments about my support for ODOT CWA. I support the ODOT CWA because it could create opportunities to advance economic equity. It could build a future for a diverse and equitable workforce for all quality contractors on ODOT projects. It could support the training of that same diverse workforce and allow local contractors and workers to have good jobs and benefits while giving a living wage to those in the community who otherwise wouldn't have an opportunity. It could help all communities around our state and the community members become healthy, wealthy, and thriving. And the use of the word could may sound like I'm questioning the ability of this agreement. I'm not. Projects that have had CBAs and CWAs have a proven track record, and you will find that data referenced in my written comments that I submitted. It's not lost on me that CBAs and CWAs often engender a great deal of concern among many parties. It's not. I recognize that, and we've heard the arguments here today, and we'll continue to hear them. But my personal view is that I wish that they didn't. I wish that we could have conversations with AGC, and we've done that, and to work through and try to get to a community workforce agreement that works for all. But what I understand, without the community workforce agreement, without those in place, the equity goals that we seek do not occur. I wish that in 2022 and beyond, we would be able to move forward without a need for such agreements. that everyone would understand that now is the time to do the right thing. And that's to make sure that we are providing a living wage for women and people of color in this industry and for all of our members. And I would ask that that's the thing that we work towards. But since we're not there yet, and the voluntary system hasn't worked, and as a result, many people, women and people of color in particular, are disenfranchised. And our voice is the voice for those who can't get to the table. It's our voice that is the voice for those who won't get the job, who won't get the opportunity to work on an ODOT project. It's our voice that is here asking you all to help to move forward with the CWA. And we're not asking, this movement is not just so swift that we're trying to cover anything. This movement is swift because the groundwork has already been done on several other CWAs and CBAs. And so that's why we're able to move forward in the manner that we're moving forward. It's my hope that we will stop using equity as some fashionable thing to say or as a tagline to gain buy-in and advance selfish goals that don't necessarily benefit the community as a whole. But that we take the time to look through the lens of equity and see how the absence of it invites failure, but the presence of it empowers. And that's exactly what a CWA does. It empowers the community to thrive. It empowers the people in the community to thrive. And so that's what I have to offer today. And that's what I would like you all to invite you all to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hennessy. We appreciate your being here. Appreciate your thoughtful comments. And I want to ask the same question I asked Mr. Salsgiver, and I also need to confirm this with Mr. Fender, that you would be available when we get to this item, which is scheduled for 11 a.m. I can't promise you we'll be right at 11, but we'll be around there somewhere.
I understand that. Thank you. Yes, sir. I will be around.
Will you be available at that time if we need to ask you a
Yes.
question?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to Mr. McCoy. Welcome. And look forward to your comments, Nate.
Yes, welcome and good morning, Chair Brocklin and members of the Transportation Commission. For the record, my name is Nate McCoy. I am the Executive Director of the Oregon chapter of the National Association of Minority Contractors, the nation's largest trade association in America, with a record of 50 plus years built out of the civil rights movement in Oakland, California in 1969. I wish our ancestors could be here today to share in this space to talk about the impacts over the years of kind of post-traumatic stress, if you will, of many failed attempts of working within this inclusion environment that we've talked about today to upstand economic prosperity for, in particular, our Black community, as well as many of our other minority specific communities in the construction industry. I say all that to say that NAMAC Oregon has worked with ODOT over 20 years to try to envision the day that we have before us, to not only see CMGC contracting equity processes to anchor a Raymore Construction and many other NAMAC members on major construction projects with over 80% minority workers in their respective companies. You know, we've seen the track record. We've lived the track record of seeing economic prosperity for real, with many people buying homes and really being able to take advantage of, living in any part of the city that they want to or across this state. We're here really today because we have grave concerns that a national partner like NAMAC, alongside a partner like AGC and many others, are finding ourselves yet again not being allowed access to tables when decisions are being made as equity stakeholders and partners. And we really see the role of this engagement and process as a big concern. The magnitude of these changes that we are embarking on are huge and will have a profound impact in a negative way if we are not really centering the contractors that will build these projects, the workforce that will be on them, in a way that troubleshoots any of the barriers that we see that exist. I worked on pretty much every CDA project the City of Portland has sponsored, many other agencies alongside disparity studies, and numbers can't lie. When you talk about minority contractors in any space, 75% of them, at least at NAMAC, reside as non-union contractors, and 25% are union. And we don't sit here today disagreeing with workforce agreements. What we are calling for is workforce agreements that work for all, not just for some. And so we want to make sure we see our contractors grow, because our members, they have no problem finding the workforce. They have no problem bringing their communities along. What they have problems with is that we're not even talking about building more facilities so we can train more people quicker. Many of these facilities are not even in some of our local areas where communities of color reside. You know, I feel in some ways we're having the wrong conversations and the tug and pull between our union and our non-union partners. And what we're calling for is a right sizing of what we're going to do that will impact our communities for years to come. And if we can center good quality contractors, as Tuana said, then it works for itself, with or without workforce agreements. We can go down the list of many projects NAMAC members have built themselves, where we have had no workforce agreements and have surpassed any workforce goal in the state's history. As the biggest, most impactful group that we have in our state and across the nation. So I'm really urging us all, and I think it was Commissioner Sharon Smith who mentioned timeline. I think the timeline is, let's right size the group, get all the parties to the table that really need to be at the table, and let's set that schedule together. Right now, we're being forced to have conversations that we are urging everybody to pause so that we can actually make sure we don't set ourselves up for failure. And I really think that this group, the OTC, is committed to that. And I just want to make sure we share in this space with you all and the folks who will be building these projects. So I will stop there. And I really appreciate the time today. And actually, before I stop, I wanted to read a passage, because what we did not talk about was that we're almost 1 month to the day of Juneteenth. And I am a person who believes in celebrating things, not just in 1 month, but throughout every year that I live on this earth. And so I will end with this passage, and then I will hand the baton back to our chair. To those of my race who depend on bettering their condition, our greatest danger is that in the great leap from slavery to freedom, we may overlook the fact that the masses of us are to live by production of our hands, and fail to keep in mind that we shall prosper in proportion as we learn to dignify and glorify our common labor and put brains and skills into the common occupations of life. And right now, I don't have to tell you, many of our young generation do not see enough of us in the construction industry to be drawn to this construction industry. So if we can take that 75% that I mentioned earlier and really activate those folks, it would make the union, non-union, every workforce development program be that much more effective. But I would be lying if I said that right now, when we look across the board, we see many people that don't look like I in our schools trying to educate our kids on the industry. And I really think that we need to rewrite some of those wrongs and center these contractors that are building these projects and make sure we lower barriers so that young people of color can come to these job sites and see their community at work and have an opportunity. So not saying that's a union or non-union thing, that's a real thing that right now, as we sit, we do not have enough contractors and workers to build all of the projects we have. And so we need to lower as many barriers as we can to see prosperity really live up to the true nature of USA. So I will stop there. Appreciate the time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. I'm curious who you were quoting there.
That is none other than Mr. Washington of the Civil Rights Movement. So I really, if anybody's ever watched the Reconstruction era, that's where I get a lot of this information from, because some forget that we used to be the original builders of this great America we live in, and we've lost that. And so I think we're all trying to restore much of that, so we don't have these homeless issues. We don't have a lot of these issues of folks not being able to live where they want. So appreciate you you asking that, Chair Brocklin, and I can give you more passages if you'd like in the future.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I really appreciate that information and the offer. So any questions from the commission to Mr. McCoy? Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Looks like it's going to be a question day for me.
Okay.
Mr. McCoy, you said we should be focusing on reducing barriers, and I'd like to hear you either today or in the future. I'd like to hear your suggestions about how we can do that. What should we be doing that we're not doing right now?
Yeah, I'll give you a quick one, Sharon, and appreciate the question. When the city of Portland was doing the CBA process on multiple city of Portland projects, it was at the time Mayor Ted Willard, alongside who now works for the president, Mr. Maurice Henderson, who sat us down, both the union allies as well as NAMAC, to really just have the table discussion on how do we get there in a collective fashion that lowers all barriers. So back to setting the right table, we sat down and we kind of all negotiated out what this would look like. And what I think ODOT should do is something similar, but if it feels like we're forcing agreements down one set of groups, one recommendation I've already given ODOT is what would preclude us from having two different workforce agreements. One that's bound by what the non-union groups would commit to, which would probably be the same as what a PLA commitment would be as well. If we can't get there on two paths that make it very synonymous to kind of the business culture on both sides, I think we've got to figure out what is the missed opportunity to just have one, holistic, kind of agreement, if you will. And it always comes down to there not being as many non-union training programs as much as there are union. So I'll just say iron workers, for instance. There will be a lot of iron on all these projects. There is no non-union iron worker program anywhere in Oregon. So if we could actually build that, we would have a program where non-union apprentices could come through and go work for non-union contractors. Right now is the tug and pull that we heard Jason, I think his name was, speak to earlier. It comes down to those little granular things that we're not even discussing. So if we do agreements, it's kind of forcing us to always have to go to, a union side to get anything. And that disrupts what abilities non-unions have to have flexibility in their workforce. And so Sharon, that's kind of the tug and pull. And to me, it's not a lot of big issues. We agree on a lot of things, the goals being set, contractors being able to achieve these goals. But the problem is where we pull workers from and how does that disrupt your business activities? And I think that's the key to this discussion moving forward.
Just to follow up on that question, you said one of the challenges is we don't have any training programs for non-union iron workers. Are there examples of training programs in other areas for non-union? And so how does that come about? Who convenes that? Who funds that? How does that work?
Yep. Well, contractors tend to, and I would say AGC has been a big contributor to one of the only non-union apprenticeship programs that has deployed non-union workers to job sites in Northwest College of Construction. So as much as resources from the state or contractors putting their own money in play, like a Knife River in Albany, who just built a state-of-the-art training center for everything we're talking about, that's open to non-union and union apprentices, is the key, Sharon. Right now, that's not shared across both sides. So what we're saying is, if we could ever see a day where union training programs would allow non-union workers to come in, I don't know if that could ever happen, but it's those kind of things. Are we worrying about all the workforce or just a subset of workforce? And I think that's what our BOLI commissioner said, Val Hoyle, at the grand opening of the Knife River Training Center was, I'm tired of the non-union union conversation. It's all about workforce. So can we all lower our egos and actually work together? And that's the kind of ecosystem that we're trying to operate in. hopefully that answered your question. So I think it's more of a, we need more resources. Anytime a company spends 20 million on their own, EMAC doesn't have 20 million. A lot of these other small businesses don't have 20 million. So that's why I started out with, if we can actually deploy more resources, we can build these centers and build them the right way for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you.
Will you be around when we get to this agenda item?
Boy, I sure wish I could. I knew you was gonna ask me that question, but if I'm being honest with you, I'm having the same conversation at Metro right after this call.
All right.
And getting ready to
Okay.
also talk to City of Portland as a prerequisite to me talking about this last week. So
Okay.
people are listening, but yeah, I'm on a road trip today, Chair Ben Brocklin. But I would love to answer any extra questions offline if I can.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to leave any unanswered questions after today.
We will pursue that as appropriate and necessary. So so look to hear from us further. And we really appreciate your testimony this morning, Mr. McCoy. Thank you. And thank you for answering our questions in this segment. I didn't get to ask Mr. Fender if he was going to be around at 11. He may or may not be. So I guess I'll ask you that, Jason, since I failed to earlier.
Yes, I will stick around.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. Well, we're a little, as I said, we got a full agenda, so I'm gonna do what chairs do, which is move us along. But I really appreciate the Q&A that we had just now, and I look forward to a fuller discussion when we get to this item late morning. With that, I will turn to the director for his report and the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Chris Stricker, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Look forward to the discussion today. I have several items on the director's report, and I'll hit them each quickly and maybe take any questions if you have them once I get through them, and then go right into the consent agenda at the discretion of the chair. First, I'd like to announce the onboarding of our new Assistant Director for Social Equity, Erica McAlpin. Erica comes to us from the OSU Cascades branch and also led Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Laboratory for OSU. An exciting time to have her on. She accepted the role for social equity. I think not fully recognizing all the world that she's diving in to lead, but she has jumped right in, and we've been really excited to have her. We have a few moments for her after I go through the consent agenda to introduce herself and answer any questions in as informal way as we can in a formal setting like this. But we just wanted to provide that opportunity for Ms. McAlpin to get a chance to converse with you directly. As you all drove and know and are well aware of, diversity and equity are key priorities in our strategic action plan to improve not just the transportation system, but being mindful of the benefits and burdens that our work creates, and then also who we have within the agency. Ms. McAlpin started her journey with us on June 15th, so she is completely up to speed on all things ODOT by now. Just kidding. We are so excited to have her. Erica, as soon as I get through these topics, it'll probably be less than 10 minutes here. Then that's, I think we'll turn to the chair at that point. So the next topic is Chief Administrative Officer Carolyn Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan comes to us from Alta Planning, headquartered in Portland. It's an international consulting firm. And she is joining us as our Chief Administrative Officer, leading the Support Services Division. She has an attention to detail and a drive and a budgetary background, of course, among a lot of other things that she brings to the table. And she came on board June 13th, so she as well is completely up to speed at this point, and driving us already and doing a great job. In the Public Transportation Division, next topic, wanted to announce that Ms. Criswell's division moved through the process of approving the latest round of federal COVID relief needs-based discretionary grant funding that goes to rural and inner city transit providers. The approval itself included 41 projects from 15 agencies, totaling nearly $5 million for projects such as driver recruitment and retention, vehicle maintenance, cleaning and sanitation, et cetera. The funds will be used to continue the needs-based direct relief funding to prevent service reductions resulting from the effects of COVID-19 that are still impacting the transit industry. Approximately $9 million of federal COVID relief funds remain, and ODOT will accept applications for another round of discretionary funding in 2023. The next item is just a note of the impacts of COVID and remote work and some of the things we're doing in-house because of that. Region 2 and our Commerce and Compliance Division have worked together to combine office space, and Region 2 has accommodated our Commerce and Compliance Division into one of their buildings, resulting in a savings of about $2.8 million this biennium. So that is a good news story. Along the same lines of partnership and coordination amongst the agency, the Commission has been already engaged in the I-205 Abernathy project, and you're well aware that we've moved forward and gone to contract with that work. We thought it prudent to kind of highlight what it takes within the agency to really get something like that out there. It's a big project. It's a multi-parameter contracting method, so that's new to us, but really helping to bring in many aspects of the agency. Just to name a few, a procurement like that involves our procurement office, our alternative delivery services section, our project controls office, Region 1, our urban mobility office, of course, review through the Department of Justice, our program and funding services, and then partners with FHWA. That doesn't include, of course, our ongoing partnership with our external partners and the partnership that we have and your oversight of this work. All of those portions of the agency work together to get the contract out, and I'm excited to say that we have a groundbreaking next week to get us started on that important seismic project. Last item, or last group of items, is regarding DMV. So I want to start by saying May 31st, DMV implemented a 90-day temporary plan to deal with severe staffing shortages. DMV closed 6 field offices and adjusted days or hours of operations at 11 more. These locations are strategically located so that there's a nearby office where you can access service, and staff are redeployed to those nearby offices. The goal of this reduction, and for these reductions in available office availability, is to stabilize the offices and avoid unplanned closures. So you'll note that at times when we had either a call out or we had a shortage of staff, we had unplanned closures of DMV offices, which was negatively impacting those that need to get service through DMV. Having these planned closures really allowed us to improve customer service, even though that may seem counterintuitive on its surface, because it reduced the number of unplanned closures. During the first 30 days, unplanned closures improved significantly, 5 partial day closures and 4 full day closures due to staffing. Comparing to May, 46 total unplanned closures, 24 partial day closures, and 22 all day closures. That's an 80% improvement in June versus May. I want to assure you that DMV at every level is working to hire staff to fill those vacancies and continuing to drive forward to really address the staffing shortage that we have right now and ensure that we're providing that service to Oregonians. Even with the severe staffing shortages and closures, DMV field offices are still serving an average of 45,000 customers per week. There's a significant number of transactions associated with that. That's compared to 50,000 per week back when they were fully staffed. So again, you can see the level of workload that DMV is dealing with, as well as managing customer feedback during high wait times. The next item and last item before I move into the consent agenda is the DMV onboarding partnership with TriMet. So one of the great news stories is, of course, with driver shortages, with workforce shortages, with the impacts to transit, it's really important that we get new drivers into those vehicles just as quickly as possible. So DMV has been working directly with TriMet to expedite the CDL process to allow drivers to be in their seats when they need to be to serve Oregonians in a much quicker way. And so my congratulations goes out to the DMV team for all of their work. So Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, sorry for the lengthy report, but several items that I wanted to hit. And if there are no questions, I'm happy to go into the consent agenda. at this time.
Are there any questions? Okay.
Quick one.
Okay.
Vice Chair, did you have a question? Thank you.
Chris, is that expedited CDL only for TriMet, or are you looking to consider, does the DMV looking to consider to do that with local businesses as well? Because I'm curious about that piece.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Simpson, at this point, it is a direct partnership with TriMet, but I will certainly go back and have a conversation with DMV to see what options might exist elsewhere as well, because the workforce shortages are impacting both public and private sector alike.
Yeah, you don't want to create an unintentional consequence by TriMet recruiting drivers from other local or small businesses for the premise of obviously providing alternative transportation options, which puts people in vulnerable positions. So I would just flag that for you as an agent to just make sure that that's being at least considered or thought through as well.
Yep, absolutely, and agreed. And I would say that what we've seen so far is the reason for the partnership is we were seeing timeframes of 3 to 5 months from the time that TriMet would want to extend an offer, for example, to the time that they could actually, employ it or put the driver in service. And so they would go somewhere else because it's a long time to wait. And so trying to shorten that time frame, my guess is that experience is elsewhere as well. So I will follow up with DMV.
Thank you for the question. Good comment, Vice Chair. Any other questions of the director? Okay, let's move to the consent.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, before you today are 5 consent items. One of them being the commission meeting dates. I would just note, Tri-State is coming up. That is our next meeting in the September timeframe in Eugene. And then also the November meeting, you'll note both of those. We are contemplating those as hybrid, Zoom and potential in person, hopefully moving beyond some of the technological issues that we may have had coming into today's meeting, and by then have that ironed out. So we're looking forward to those. So at this time, Mr. Chair and Commission, I'd look for a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 5 in block.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Brown moves approval of the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Burke seconds. Discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Commissioner Burke.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you for your report, Director. And as we segue into the next item, I just want to quickly congratulate. Well, first I want to, and I know you mentioned this in a generic form, and I do. And on I-205, want to say 2 quick things. One is I want to specifically add the work of EMAC, our equity advisory committee on the I-205 project. That they've been doing great work. We appreciate Commissioner Smith's participation in that work, and prior to Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Simpson's work. And thank you both for taking on that very important piece of work. We want our tolling system, demand management, value pricing system to be state-of-the-art, a leading system for the nation. One way to make it such is to have it informed by populations in the metro area and throughout the state, so that we are designing a system that is working for our citizens and of all our varied and heterogeneous population, and so that we're working on socioeconomic and access and other critical factors. And so EMAC's work in that regard has been essential to that, and we view ongoing communication and involvement as critical to the success of our funding program and the projects that they fund. So we really appreciate all of that good work by EMAC in particular. I just wanted to flag them. I'm also looking forward to being at the groundbreaking next week. This is a great achievement. I appreciate the commission being patient with the region and all the process we've been through. I think it was an important process which has led us to this point. I want to specifically thank the director and Mandy Putney and her team and all of those that have been involved in this. The Urban Mobility Office. So I-205 has gone forward in a very significant way this spring and into the summer, and we are in the water in the Willamette River, which it's very real. So thank you for all the leadership on that. And then secondly, I want to welcome Carolyn as our CAO, and then segue to our next agenda item, which is hearing briefly from our new Assistant Director, Erica McAlpin. So the floor is yours, Erica, and welcome. We're delighted you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm honored to be here. Chris gave you details about my background and what I did before coming to ODOT. So I would like to take this time to just honor the huge shoes that I have to fill that Nikatris Perkins left. I think it's important to acknowledge that she built the Office of Social Equity. She came in as a team of one and really worked hard to stand up this office on her own. And she left a great group of people that I get to work with now. And I just want to acknowledge the work that has been going on during the time that this role was not filled. And that work was done by Shane Whittington, Maria Ellis, Susie Ashenfelter, Lisa Brown, and our very dedicated intern, Gabriela Santoya Gutierrez. So I am very grateful for the team that I have to work with. And now we are going to move this Office of Social Equity forward. I have a proven track record of being successful in making organizational change in organizations as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I look forward to bringing my work ethic and energy to ODOT. So I am very honored to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erica. I give each member of the commission who care to an opportunity to comment and welcome you. But just let me start by doing that. Thank you for taking on this role. I certainly appreciate your comments about Nikatris. She is definitely a pioneer for us, and it did an exceptional job. We're all better for having had her in charge as we moved equity up to one of our 3 primary goals in our strategic action plan. I also want to thank Director Strickler for his leadership because I recall when we went through the process in 2019 of selecting our new director, one of the conversations was about equity, and Chris indicated his strong commitment, and that was certainly a factor for the commission in choosing him as our director, was his commitment to equity. And I think he has shown strong leadership in that and other areas. So for me, it's that has been a part of the story, is strong leadership by the commission, strong leadership by the director and the senior leadership of the department and throughout the department, and external connectivity, as I mentioned previously. So thank you so much for applying. Thank you for saying yes. I realize, it's a big job, and we look forward to your leadership. And I really have enjoyed getting the chance to know you a little bit when you were a consultant to ODOT recently. And so that was a very strong introductory experience for me with you. And I found all of the times I was listening to what you were saying, rather than responding to your questions to me about what I thought, to be especially valuable. So I look forward to listening more and learning from your leadership and experience in equity and related fields. So with that, if there are other comments, certainly would welcome them at this point.
I will just say personally, welcome, Erica. Excited to have you on. Heard great things about you. This is equity, as it was probably stated, already 90 times this morning, in the first hour. It's become the term of the 21st century, and some people embrace it, some people are still confused by it, and some people run from it. And I would say just be fearful, or not fearful, but fearless and boundless in your approach to this space across the state, because I think there's a great opportunity in front of you, especially with the leadership of Director Strickler, as Chair Van Brockland alluded to, which was a very important element to his process of pursuing this role as the director of the agency. So welcome, and looking forward to working with you.
Thank you so much.
I would just say welcome, and OSU's loss is our gain.
Thank you.
So add to that chorus, good morning and welcome. And even notwithstanding the chair's comments, I could already perceive that from your comments, that I'm very excited to have you on board and excited about your leadership and look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And I echo all of my commissioners. I'm really excited that you're on board. And I'm sure Marceline is probably sorry to see that. Did she leave from U of O, or did she go from OSU? I'm sorry.
OSU.
Oh, okay.
OSU Cascades, no less.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Well, you know what? You're from the best. So thank you for joining us, but it does sound like you're a team player already. So we look forward to working with you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. With that, I'm going to shift us to our next agenda item E, which is an update on the IBR project by Mr. Maybe, follow up to our conversation in May. So Ray, welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Van Brockland, commissioners. My name is Ray Maybe, Assistant Program Manager for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. Happy to be here today and share an update with you. Next slide, please, actually. On the Coast Guard permit process, I'll address some questions that we received in the last meeting, and then talk about where we are with the recommended modified LPA and with our boards and councils and the commitments we are making, and then talk about the next steps in the program. Next slide, please. So we did discuss this in our last meeting, but wanted to provide additional information that in recap that we did submit a navigation impact report to the Coast Guard in late 2021. And that included detailed river use information that and possible impacts of a bridge height of 116 feet. And this was the first step of that bridge height permit process. Since then, and most recently, the Coast Guard issued a preliminary navigation clearance determination at 178 feet. Now, the Coast Guard's charge is a navigable waterway, where our charge is to consider the interest of all users, including users of the river, the highway, transit, as well as bike and pedestrians. Now, we anticipated this preliminary determination. It wasn't a surprise. It doesn't constitute an approval or a denial or a final agency determination. But it was based on some of the initial feedback that the Coast Guard received from users that provided responses to their input request. As we studied and looked at a fixed span at 178 feet, it has multiple challenges, including impacts to the airspace restrictions from the airports nearby, the grade requirements of reaching that height, impact users of freight being able to make its way up the bridge, as well as it complicates and sometimes prevents connections to existing interchanges and communities. And so to help us continue the dialogue with the Coast Guard, we are completing a study of the costs and implications of a different alternative, which would be a bridge configuration of a movable span. So we're looking at movable span configurations, similar to the work we did on the immersed tube tunnel, because we're trying to get our hands wrapped around what a rough order of magnitude cost would be, what the impacts to traffic, light rail, and bus service due to bridgeless would be, as well as the ongoing maintenance and operational costs of a movable span. And we'll use this information to come back to the Coast Guard and other federal partners to help inform that discussion of the costs and impacts of looking at that as a possibility. As I shared last time, I believe we don't expect a Coast Guard permit until 2025, but we aren't waiting until that point to work a solution with them. We're working on that study, as I mentioned. We're having discussions with the impacted users of a bridge height of 116 feet to discuss mitigation opportunities, which could be modifying a vessel, such as a mast or antenna, or their impacts to their business operations. And using this, we'll continue the dialogue with the Coast Guard and other federal agencies. As we continue to work this, we'll provide regular updates to the Commission to keep you up to date. Any questions before I move on to the next slide? Very good. Next slide, please. So one of the things that was asked at the last meeting was, what are some of the program benefits? What is the public getting for the investment that we're making here? And it's important to note that as I step through these different program benefits, they all relate to the elements identified in the purpose and need. And just as a quick recap of those, that is seismic resiliency, safety improvements, freight movement, congestion relief, transit service, active transportation, and then we've overlaid the values of equity and climate. And so starting with roadway design improvements, these would improve the corridor safety and reliability. With the addition of auxiliary lanes, we improve ramp-to-ramp connections. We'd have sufficient lane widths and safety shoulders. With a fixed bridge, we would have no bridge lifts. And we'd use technologies such as ramp meters to help manage traffic going on and off the interstate. These items help accommodate the high, wide, and heavy loads, provide space for merging and space for driver comfort. The safety shoulders would support faster congestion relief and recovery from crashes, and improve access for emergency vehicles, as well as a safe space for travelers recovering from an incident on the highway. Improved freight capacity at Marine Drive and Mill Plain interchanges would result from the rebuilt interchanges at both those locations, supporting that freight movement from the ports. And as we look at the configurations in place, fewer lane changes would be required, which would increase safety by reducing the number of conflict points between vehicles entering and exiting the main line of the interstate. And providing a space for vehicles to make on-off decisions that are challenging with those closely spaced interchanges we have in this area. We'd also provide space for bus on shoulder, improving reliability of express bus by taking it out of the general purpose lanes. And then also improved active transportation facilities that provide more comfort and safety for those who walk, bike, or roll. Next slide, please. So one of the questions we got was about congestion as well, and how we are seeing some benefits from that. So we do expect a reduced duration of congestion at peak hours compared to the no build to the build in 2045. We do expect some significant travel time improvement in the northbound evening travel times that are 30% faster between Broadway Avenue and SR 500 in the design year of 2045. We also expect that will remove weekend congestion with the addition of the auxiliary lane widths, and shoulders. These all combine to make these improvements that will reduce congestion and provide more reliable travel through the corridor. And we'll also increase our mode choice selection options and provide options for those who want to walk, bike, or roll, or take high capacity transit. And so that light rail service connecting into the existing systems of C-Tran and Vancouver, we'll be looking to maximize those trips across the river with a higher capacity of riders per trip. And that daily transit mode share of the total river crossing is expected to increase from 7% in the 2045 no build to 11% in the 2045 build. This is a program improvement resulting in approximately 11,000 new daily transit trips that would otherwise travel via another mode. Next slide, please. There are other benefits I'd like to discuss through the program area. We are looking at providing earthquake resiliency throughout the area with replacement, of course, of the main river span bridges, as well as the North Portland Harbor Bridge. As we looked at the different configurations of the interchanges that we studied, we've moved forward with the LPA, that has fewer anticipated property impacts compared to the other design options considered. The half interchange configuration on Hayden Island that we're considering has more east-west connectivity across Hayden Island with the connection of Tomahawk Island Drive underneath the interstate. The ability to enter or exit Hayden Island via a local access bridge it keeps local trips local because right now they have to use the freeway to get on and off the island. Our smaller footprint provides space for more comfortable active transportation on the island, as well as open space for future potential placemaking opportunities. And the improved transit access with the addition of a light rail station on Hayden Island will also improve accessibility to high capacity transit. And as we do look to employ variable rate tolling, we do expect that those will generate funds for the construction operations, but also provide some congestion relief, resulting in fewer discretionary trips and a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the program area. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the values of equity and climate are critical to our program, and we continue to center equity and climate as we move forward. And we'll prioritize also sustainability on our design and construction. A couple examples would be our stormwater strategy and our minimizing the impacts to fish and wildlife through the construction of the program. We'll be working with our transit partners to determine how best to optimize the transit network within the program area to enhance equity outcomes for equity priority communities. And as the commission discussed a little earlier, and we'll be discussing later in the agenda, we're looking to employ a community workforce agreement to achieve those same goals that were discussed. Equity and climate considerations influence all program work, including the selection of screening criteria to help us evaluate design options. This helps us to establish performance measures to help us understand and set good outcomes. We'll be using that to help us deliver design and construction specifications, and set high DB utilizations and employ innovative strategies to achieve our workforce diversity. Next slide, please. So one of the questions we received also was about mode shifts and splits and why. So we want to address that. There are numerous factors that influence our mode shifts. including existing and future land use, the accessibility to jobs and households for those modes, available modal networks that are there, including road, transit, and active transportation facilities. Those travel times related to using each one of those modes. And then also the travel costs, whether it's operating costs, tolls, transit fares, or even just parking charges. Now, as I mentioned before, the daily transit mode share of the total river crossing trips is expected to increase from 7 to 11% from the no build to the build in 2045. Now, the large growth in transit ridership we expect is on both the proposed light rail extension into Vancouver, but also the improved express bus service, which would operate on the shoulder through the program area. The modified LPA includes elements that promote mode shift, reduce demand, and improve transportation network efficiencies, all of which could result in the decrease of greenhouse gas emissions in the region. And tolling at any level will increase transit demand as we studied. Next slide, please. So another question was about cost estimates and how we're looking at that. This is a topic for many programs across the country as inflation is the topic of the day. Now, as we are looking at the program costs and where we are in the design, as noted here, we are at about 2% design. So we have much more work to do. But with this modified LPA, we will be updating the cost estimates to reflect these elements, and we'll also be updating the finance plan based on that cost estimate this fall. We'll continue to provide updated cost estimates as the program progresses in design. As the design elements are developed, we'll have more certainty of the work and what is being built, which will help us refine design costs, reduce the ranges of uncertainty and costs, but account for potential changes. As we do our cost estimates, we'll be following our best practices to identify those cost escalation risks. We'll be employing several different best practices, such as VE, value engineering workshops, constructability workshops. We'll look at the different delivery methods and how those can best be used to address cost risk. We'll be looking at risk-based estimates where actual risks are given a value and then tracked as they are addressed. And we'll be looking at the appropriate use of contract incentives, material choices, industry views, and appropriate inspection and oversight, as well as other things. We understand the implications of and risks on our costs estimate of these inflationary factors, and we'll be keeping a keen eye at industry trends and regional increases as we do provide our cost estimates, and we'll be sharing those with the commission as they're developed. Next slide, please. So where we are now, as we're looking at the draft modified LPA, as we've expressed before, it doesn't reflect final design. It is really those key elements that we're taking into the supplemental environmental impact statement. As we've engaged different elected officials of the public, the phase we're in is an important one to note that is a bit unusual for most. The work we're doing is based on the previous record of decision from the previous effort. As we worked with the commission here and our partners, we decided that we didn't want to start from scratch. We wanted to build on the previous work and extract the most value out of it that we could. And in that previous record of decision, and the work leading up to that, robust alternative studies were conducted. And as we are working today, we are building off that previous locally preferred alternative and modifying it. And so what most people expect of this from a program is a robust discussion of alternatives, which did happen, and we're using the benefit of that today. And so that's what we're bringing into the supplemental. And as we do look at moving forward on this, we'll continue work on several different areas that you can see here. I'll highlight a few that we will be focused on moving forward. So one is our contracting and construction. We'll be setting targets to achieve that high DB utilization and employ innovative strategies to achieve that workforce diversity. With freight, we'll confirm the auxiliary lane design and make sure that that is something that works for us in 2045. If it doesn't, we'll be looking at other ways to accommodate the traffic. But we'll also be looking at the bridge configuration and looking at the interchanges to allow for unimpeded and safe and efficient movement of freight in general purpose traffic. And then let's touch on our climate and sustainability. We'll be prioritizing sustainability in the design and construction, including, as I mentioned, stormwater strategy and impacts on fish and wildlife. And then lastly, equity. We will be implementing an accountability tracking tool that will include regular staff reports to the program and the equity advisory group regarding how our equity framework has shaped our decisions and activities. Next slide, please. So our timeline of moving the LPA through our boards and councils has been an active time this month. As you can see, there's several dates here that have passed. To date, we've met with TriMet, the City of Vancouver, Port of Vancouver, CTRAN, Port of Portland, and City of Portland, and they have all endorsed the locally preferred alternative. Today, the RTC and Metro will be taking it up later today. And hopefully with their endorsement of the locally preferred alternative, we'll be bringing that back to the executive steering group for their final support, since the boards and councils hopefully that time have approved it, and then bringing that result to the bi-state legislative committee to receive their feedback. So just 2 more to go. A lot of good work from our partners that we have on the team that from each of these agencies. And I'd like to say very good questions and engagement from each of those boards and councils that has helped shape this program. Next slide, please. So where are we going right now? As I mentioned, later this year, we'll be updating the conceptual finance plan to help inform discussions at the legislature in 2023. We'll be working on a level 2 traffic and revenue study to help inform that conceptual finance plan, and working hard to apply for the federal grant applications, funding applications that are coming out. The bridge grant landed recently this year, and so we'll be applying for grants, that grant, and then next year looking to apply for the mega grant. And then moving forward, we'll continue the environmental review process, conduct that additional analysis and design to help us understand the impacts and benefits of the design, and then continue that robust community engagement that we've been doing. And then eventually, after hopeful reception of construction funding, we'll begin construction in late 2025. Next slide, please. So I went through that pretty fast. I want to get you back on schedule and provide this update, and open to taking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mabey. Questions from the commission?
I had a quick one for Mr. Mabey. Yeah. Ref, I'm curious whether or not if you feel like there's a clear understanding of what an auxiliary lane is from like the community perspective as well as even elected officials, because I know there's definitely confusion as to what even that means. And so I'm just curious whether or not if you have a feeling or a sentiment, like most of the stakeholders that you've worked with, would you feel like 90% of them know, 30% of them know? I'm just trying to get a range and idea of who actually understands. And I'm asking this question because I feel like through the Rose Quarter process, there was a lot of confusion as to what an auxiliary lane was. And so I'm just curious whether or not if you're dealing with that right now and who all even understands what that means.
Yeah, Chair Van Brockland, Vice Chair Simpson, fantastic question. Yes, I'd say that is an ongoing process to continue to share what that auxiliary lanes are and what they do. We've developed a short video that has received really great review and comments on it that explains what an auxiliary lane is, and we continue to share that in different venues to help with that knowledge base. I'd say I wouldn't recommend that we slow down in sharing that and continue to use it in our different presentations, as we need to continue that outreach and education about what an auxiliary lane is. Even the expression of auxiliary lane is we've thought about different ways to refer to it that might resonate more, but we haven't found anything better yet. And we'll continue to look for ways to share that information, but that will be ongoing work to raise that level of awareness.
Thanks, Ray. And then I know Brendan and other folks from UMO are going to be popping up later, so it would be probably in the best interest of the UMO office to, when they are testifying or providing any kind of update projects, reporting to other public local agencies within the region, that video be shown as well. Just because I am pretty familiar with folks not understanding what an auxiliary lane is and what it actually does. So I think that'd be helpful to put on the record in a lot of the local municipalities. But thanks, Ray.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Good comment. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I guess, Ray, I just had one, which is in our previous experience with this project a decade or so ago, I would say there was a difference of opinion about the importance of the transit elements by at least some in Washington. And I'm just curious where we are today with elected officials in particular in Clark County and at the state legislature on what I think has to be a multimodal project, because we're not going to pave our way out of congestion. So I'm wondering what's the read on the Washington side of the equation with respect to multimodality?
Chairman Brockland, good question. I think since the previous effort, a lot has changed. As we've looked at the results of the census, it looks like the population has changed within Vancouver and Clark County quite a bit. We also see a more of a willingness to bring in high capacity transit such as light rail in our recent poll we conducted as a program, and saw that the poll respondents, the majority favored the use of high capacity transit. We just received the City of Vancouver endorsement for the modified LPA, and we received it from CTRAN as well. And we hopefully anticipate that endorsement by RTC today, which I think indicates the regional shift in how we are looking at high capacity transit and specifically at light rail. That doesn't mean that there aren't detractors and folks that have a different opinion. But those are important voices to hear to make sure that we get this right.
And when you say high capacity transit, you're talking about both light rail and express bus.
Yeah, so that is a difference that's changed. In the intervening years between when CRC was tabled and today, CTRAN has developed high capacity transit mode of bus rapid transit that Vancouver and Clark County didn't have before. So they've had the benefit of experiencing high capacity transit in that form and seeing what it can do for their community. So I think that's another important change.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, we are at our break in terms of agenda items. So we will take that now. It's 10:27. Let's be back at 10:40. And look forward to the urban mobility office and urban mobility strategy update then. So we will reconvene at 10:40. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now going to turn to an update from the Urban Mobility Office about the urban mobility strategy. And so at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Director of the Urban Mobility Office, Brendan Finn, and the UMO panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did bring the team with us. Appreciate your time this morning.
Always good to see the team out there.
We got a bunch of all-stars with us today.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you again. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. I'm joined here today by the UMO leadership, as well as some special guests we have with us today, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, some esteemed members from our Equity, Mobility, and Advisory Committee, Dr. Philip Wu and Mr. James Paulson. They're here to share some of their recommendations to you as you move forward on the Oregon Toll Program. Mr. Chair, thank you for the words you said earlier, promoting some of this work. We look forward to sharing it with you over the next 40 minutes. Let's bring up the slide deck. Okay, why don't we go ahead and move to the next slide. Commissioners, we usually like to start off with this map just as a piece of orientation. We refer to it as the Urban Mobility Strategy Map to show some of the bigger pieces that relate to the urban mobility strategy. You heard from Mr. Maybe a little while ago about the progress that's being made on the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. You'll hear more about the pieces that the Urban Mobility Office is delivering, but we do want to recognize our partners at Region 1 that are delivering pieces of infrastructure or multimodal investments throughout the region, as well as the partnerships we have throughout the agency to really implement this urban mobility strategy with divisions such as public transit and policy data and analysis. 2 years ago, this strategy was just a concept. We've now matured into a new stage, a stage of implementation and delivery. So briefly, Mr. Chair, I want to turn it over to Deputy Director Della Mosier to talk about some of the projects we're making, or some of the progress, excuse me, we're making on some of the bigger pieces of your urban mobility strategy. So Della, I want to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Brendan. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Della Mosier, and I'm the Deputy Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today with a really great message, which is that work is getting done. As Brendan mentioned, the IBR program is making significant progress. Heard from Assistant Program Administrator Ray Mabey just a little bit ago. And on the left side of the map, as you know, Oregon 217, which is currently being administered by our friends in Region 1, is in the throes of construction. If you've traveled that corridor lately, you can see that work going on in earnest. Down on the lower right of the project, you can see the I-205 improvements project began construction this month on the Abernathy Bridge. And as right at this moment, they are driving piles in the water. And as the director mentioned in his earlier remarks, there'll also be a groundbreaking event this week. So a couple of great places if you have a construction engineering background to observe some really unique construction approaches going on those two corridors. On this map, you can also see the toll program in the dark blue. And as Brendan mentioned and Mr. Chair, you can see the toll program on this map and how important it is to the commission and to the agency to be sure that as we stand up a toll program on 205 and across the region, that it's an equitable toll program. So really excited and looking forward to the conversation and presentation from our esteemed guests that are with us here today. I'd also just like to take a quick moment to talk a little bit beyond the mega projects and highlight critical projects that are really key to the success of the urban mobility strategy. Some of those projects are multimodal projects. And if you look at the south part of I-5, you can see that ODOT and our friends in Region 1 have completed the Bus on Shoulder project on I-5, connecting between Tualatin and Wilsonville. Over on the middle right of our map here, you can also see a lot of work going on by our friends in Region 1 who worked to complete also the 82nd Avenue jurisdictional transfer to the city of Portland, which was completed just a few months ago. And this also comes with a $185 million investment for multimodal improvements in this urban arterial. So excited to see those improvements. And then finally, over in the top left side of your map, you'll see a note about the West Side Multimodal Study. And Mandy Putney will be providing an update on the progress being made on that initial work that's getting started. So finally, I'd like to turn back to just one more mega project that we hadn't mentioned, which is the I-5 Rose Quarter project in the center of this map. And so without further ado, I'd like to turn it to Megan for some very exciting updates on how work is getting done for this essential part of ODOT's urban mobility strategy. Megan?
Thanks, Stella, and good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Megan Channel. I'm the Rose Quarter Project Director. As Stella mentioned, I do come with some very good news today to share that the City of Portland has officially re-engaged as a project partner. So it's an exciting moment in partnership in our region on this transformative project. So yesterday, City Council unanimously approved an ordinance that formally re-engages the city in our project work and also approved an intergovernmental agreement that provides the state funding to reimburse city staff for their support in helping to move the project forward. So we're excited to be coordinating directly with the city once again and begin working through the design details really related to the highway cover and the local street improvements with their expertise. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. There's the slide on the city re-engagement. We'll go to the next slide. There. All right, on this, I also wanted to share that we remain on track to begin construction by the end of 2023. I feel like we've been talking about this for a number of years, so it's exciting to say that that's construction by the end of next year. So construction would begin on early work packages A and B, which you can see on the left and the right sides of your screen. Design will continue to progress for early work packages C and the main construction package, with construction expected to begin on those in 2024 and late 2025 respectively. Our current focus right now is really in completing the supplemental environmental assessment, which is one of the steps to progress the proposed hybrid 3 highway cover. And this is a necessary step before we can begin construction. So the supplemental environmental assessment is set to be published for public review by early fall of this year, and then with the goal of having a federal NEPA decision document by the first quarter of 2023. And then per the commission's direction, we're continuing to work on the project's finance plan. And as part of that, are intending to submit a grant application under the new Reconnecting Communities grant program that was just announced at the end of June. So another exciting opportunity for us. On the next slide, just wanted to highlight that as we look towards construction, wanted to note that we're doing so really in a proactive way to make sure that we're maximizing opportunities for our disadvantaged business enterprise community and to increase the diversity of our workforce. So earlier this year, we completed ODOT's first ever diversity and subcontracting plan for a mega project. This was prepared in partnership with our contracting partner, Hamilton Sunt joint venture, in association with Raymore Construction, and really serves as our roadmap for our disadvantaged business enterprise and workforce program, kind of providing the details and how, and we meet our 18 to 22% goal for DDE utilization, as well as our workforce diversity targets. And I'm excited to say that we've also started to put this plan into action. Earlier this month, Hamilton Sunt joint venture did issue notice of intent to award for 3 disadvantaged business enterprise firms for what we call our mini CMGC. It's construction management, general contractor. So mini CMGC program where small firms have the opportunity to take on prime portions of the early work packages, really under a mentor protege partnership with the joint venture. And so these DBEs will be joining us during the pre-construction phase of our CMGC process, really to gear up for construction. And the joint venture will be issuing a few more of those mini prime, mini CMGC awards this summer. And lastly, on the next slide, I just wanted to highlight that our team has been out engaging with the community in real life, not just in screens. So in addition to community tables at Portland's Juneteenth celebration and Good in the Hood event, we did host a youth design forum in partnership with a community-based organization, ELSO, which is focused on connecting children from underrepresented communities to STEM, so science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So this event was really based on recommendations that we heard from our Historic Albina Advisory Board, and really just was an awesome and successful event. So empowering to see the enthusiasm and innovation from these youth participants. And we're looking forward to continuing to engage youth voices as we progress the design. So this concludes my brief Rose Quarter presentation for today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them before I turn it over to Lucinda and the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee team.
Any questions on Rose Quarter? Sorry, hang on. Let me, I'm not in the, okay. Not seeing any. Let's move forward.
All right, with that, Lucinda, over to you.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Again, I'm Lucinda Broussard, Co-Program Director, and today I'm excited to bring you the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee and their recommendations. I think we've talked a lot this morning about equity. Now we're going to see equity at work, what that looks like. So with that, Jessica Stanton will come up after me, and she is our facilitator for the EMAC. I want to show a quick video. It's about 5+ minutes, just to show you the work of the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee. Go ahead.
In the past, we have made transportation. In the past, in other words, we have made transportation decisions. In other words, something like that. Expand freeway. We made those decisions oftentimes like that to the detriment. We made those decisions oftentimes.
The way that we've done a lot of our work as a department. The way that we've created a lot of our work, so I want to be really explicit about that. We recognize our department, so I want to be really explicit about that.
Hold on, we're having a little audio problem.
Tolls are one.
Can we fix that audio first?
People have to get to places of education.
Can we bring the volume up?
Where they work. Get to services like health in the past or go shopping. We have made transportation.
If you look at commute times by race, you see that Black, Indigenous, and people of color have longer travel times to get where they need to go when compared to.
Let's stop the video.
And so we see that the system.
I'm sorry, it doesn't seem to be, our audio and tracking is off. What we will do is we'll make sure that we provide the video link. Please review. It shows the passion of the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee and all the work that they've done. So I'm going to pass it on to Jessica Stanton.
Hello, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for trying to show the video. It's an exciting video, as Lucinda mentioned. I am Jessica Stanton, and I'm really happy to be here with you, commissioners, and with the EMAC team. I have the honor of facilitating the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee, also known as EMAC. So I think if we could pull up the first slide, and just, it talks about EMAC and OTC having a common purpose to advance equity through tolling. So the OTC's direction for EMAC is to explore matters of equity as it relates to the following 3 areas. And if we can get to that slide, it'll catch up. I'm fine with that, but we can continue the conversation. But the first slide, yeah, I'll just let you get to that slide. And thank you for your service. Back one more slide. Oh, maybe it's disappeared. Okay, I'm going to just keep going. So the OTC's direction for EMAC is to explore matters of equity as it relates to the following 3 areas: diversion impacts to neighborhood health and safety, low income impacts, affordability of tolling, and transit and multimodal transportation options. And on this slide, you'll see, to further the goal of advancing equity, EMAC is engaged with the OTC at the following key milestones. In fall 2020, the OTC charges EMAC to help with community engagement, supporting transit and multimodal options, diversion impacts to neighborhood health and safety, and actions to directly address low-income impacts with toll projects. In the following spring, 2021, EMAC returns to the OTC to discuss their work to date, including the equity framework. This is a framework that is currently guiding ODOT's approach to their work with NEPA toll projects, NEPA being the National Environmental Policy Act. And also at this time, EMAC shared how a trauma-informed perspective continually guides their important work. In the fall of 2021, EMAC presents their foundational statements to the OTC, who accept them as the building blocks to anchor and further EMAC's recommendations. Now today, EMAC is here to present their July 2022 recommendations to the OTC. Next slide, please. Representing more than 2 years of work, EMAC presents to the OTC the following documents. The first one being EMAC's Shaping an Equitable Toll Program. This is a comprehensive document that describes EMAC's work to date, their accomplishments, and next steps. It encompasses everything EMAC. And then the second document is an excerpt of EMAC's recommendations for the July 2022. It is a short document that invites OTC to consider the recommended actions to provide you with strategic direction with the knowledge that more work is needed. So now I'll turn it over to our EMAC members who are here today, who will talk to you about the recommended actions. Over to you, Dr. Wu.
Well, thank you, Jessica, and thanks very much, Chair Van Broeklen and members of the Commission for having us back. This is our 3rd report to you, and I think it's a very inspirational one. Before I get into the recommendations in our congestion management bucket, I thought I would at least step back a little and acknowledge how we've gotten to where we are today. First of all, EMAC's work has definitely been a team effort. Our colleagues in ODOT and the Urban Mobility Office have presented us with a treasure trove of information and data and helped us review and analyze all of this as our process has evolved over the past 2+ years. And then also, it's been invaluable having Commissioner Simpson and Smith on the committee, because in fact, this has really provided us with a real-time connection to all of you as our deliberations have proceeded. So on to the recommendations. There are 7 recommendations in the quote congestion management bucket, and these balance improving mobility, advancing climate goals, and providing benefits for and avoiding disproportionate burdens to our equity framework communities. On the one hand, the committee, like everyone else, has recognized the axiom that we can't build our way out of congestion, and that congestion pricing or tolling is one tool that will improve the efficiency of travel corridors. Now, the committee looked at numerous examples of tolling from across the country, and while many of these programs differ in many different ways, the results have actually largely been positive. Now, on the other hand, the committee has also heard loud and clear that tolling adds a serious burden to already overstretched financial resources, especially for lower income communities. And I think it's almost needless to say that in our current economic environment, this is especially true and important to consider. Now, given the scope of tolling as we currently understand it, success will depend on access to transportation alternatives and managing and mitigating potential consequences such as diversion. So our recommendations attempt to thread the needle and are a starting point for work that will extend into the future. But the equity implications are clear. One, a balanced multimodal transportation system benefits everyone, but especially equity framework communities by providing better access to jobs, education, healthcare services, and recreational opportunities. Two, appropriate toll rates help make travel corridors more efficient and incentivize mode shifts from single occupancy to higher occupancy vehicles. Three, higher toll rates increase the opportunities for reinvestment, but are a burden on car-dependent equity framework and lower income populations. Four, lower toll rates may result in not achieving our congestion mitigation and climate goals. So the committee trusts that we will in fact thread this needle successfully as we proceed going forward. So I think with that, I'm going to turn this over to James, who's going to summarize our revenue generation strategy.
You're muted, James.
Thank you for that. I'd like to start by getting my notes up and thanking everyone that all the staff and all my fellow members on EMAC, because it's all their hard efforts that have brought us to this point. And I think that one of the strongest points of EMAC is really around our engagement. And so I also believe that that's one of our greatest opportunities is our engagement with the community. So one of the things I want to really kind of focus on is really talking about that engagement. And when we talk about revenue generation, this is probably the most interesting piece for most everyone. Where's the money coming from and so forth. And so there's kind of two key areas that I wanted to kind of touch on when it comes to the revenue generation. One of the things is education. When we hear and we go through the public comments around tolling, and I think that there's a big education gap as far as people understanding how tolling works and how the revenue works and where the revenue goes. And I really think of this as being an opportunity. And this is true in not only underrepresented communities, but pretty much across the board is what we've been hearing. And so one of the things that you'll see in our recommendations as you look forward is there's really a need on really getting out in front and educating the community of the benefits that will come from tolling, whether that's environmental or whether that's going to be in the form of many of the projects that have been discussed today. The other is we really spend a lot of time reaching out to community-based organizations, because the community-based organizations oftentimes have their finger on the pulse of their specific communities. And so being able to engage with these groups gave us a really deeper understanding of what some of the challenges are and why. And, you know, when you sit back and you listen and you hear, and we could hear it loud and clear, and it's too bad that we didn't get to see that video to begin with, that there is a fair level of mistrust as far as from communities that have been overlooked historically. And so there needs to be some rebuilding of trust with the community-based organizations. And we heard loud and clear from them that they did not want to see low-income community members overly burdened with tolling. And so that's one of the things that we started looking at, and we need to continue looking at more, because one of the things that really came to mind for us is when you look at someone who is working and only working at a job where it's kind of a paycheck to paycheck situation, and much like Dr. Wu pointed out, many people who live must live in communities outside the business core and must drive to their job because the transportation system is not in place that can support them in getting to and from work. And so we don't want to burden people who are working paycheck to paycheck with tolls that are going to be overburdensome, because that truly does have a big impact on that person's ability to provide for themselves through employment. The next piece that I want to really move to is talking about I guess that's the end of revenue generation. The next slide, please. We're going to do business. I'll do business investment, and then Phil, you finish up with the accountability.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So on the business investment, again, this is an area of extreme importance. And just as we pointed out, it's the diversion piece. There's no way to, get around this when so many public comments had to do with the effects of diversion. So you'll see that in our recommendations, we really focus on tolling needs to be in supportive of workers, much like I talked about with the low-income workers having to use the tolling system to get to and from work. That is of extreme importance, and you'll see our recommendations are reflective of that, as well as it was very helpful to hear that disadvantaged businesses are going to be playing a bigger and bigger part in the development of the transit system as we go forward, and keeping up with, it was very impressive to hear about that mentoring program, because we have seen that historically disadvantaged businesses have not been included in these types of projects. And so we want to make sure that they are going forward. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Phil, Dr. Wu.
Great. Yeah, thanks, James. So James referred to the robust community engagement and what we've learned from that process from our communities about what people think about the benefits and burdens of congestion pricing. And also there is this element of transparency and trust that has come through loud and clear. In other words, this is something that we really have to build upon. So the accountability recommendations really are intended to get at this major question. So congestion pricing in and of itself isn't the result of a single decision point after which community engagement stops. So this may have been the practice in the past, but it's probably not going to be effective for this process going forward. A lot of data and information have yet to be learned that will inform how many of our recommendations that we've presented today will actually get implemented. And managing tolls and their impact will constantly evolve over time, requiring reevaluation and adjustments. EMAC's equity framework and trauma-informed perspective are in fact focused on transparency and trust. And these must form the foundation of the rulemaking and rate setting processes going forward. So accountability isn't, accountability is, a long-term process that closes the loop between promises and outcomes. And frankly, this aspect of accountability may be relatively new to the OTC and ODOT. Now, the first bucket of recommendations along the accountability theme focus on the composition of the Rules Advisory Committee and the importance of making sure that voices representing equity and equity framework communities play a significant and effective role in committee decision-making, especially as facts, conditions, and results change over time. The second bucket refers to EMAC's successor. Many of the recommendations we've made today represent intentions and promises. EMAC's successor, perhaps we'll call this the, quote, Toll Equity Accountability Committee, unquote, or something like that, would monitor, evaluate, and provide feedback to the Rules Advisory Committee. The important premise here is that EMAC 2.0 and RAC 1.0 will have an ongoing interactive and collaborative relationship. And taken together, these two buckets of accountability recommendations, in our opinion, will chart a new path for ODOT regarding equitable community engagement and customer service practices, what this will look like in the future. So I think that concludes our summary of the recommendations.
Jessica, any further comments by you? I don't want to make sure you have a chance to wrap up with anything else you'd like to add.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair Von Brockland. I think what we would just like to do is say thank you so much to Dr. Wu and James for that eloquent description of the recommendations known as intentions and promises by EMAC. So now that you've heard from them, commissioners, you've heard the recommendations which are providing strategic direction for the continued work. Do we have your approval for each of them? That is really our question.
Okay, thank you for setting up the question. Let me start by asking if there are members of the commission that have any questions for our guests from EMAC. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really a question, but I just wanted to do a thank you to our guests today, and Jessica and Garrett and the whole team and the entire committee just did volumes of really great work and spent so much time and energy and passion coming up with this, the recommendations and the whole program. I just think it's groundbreaking work, and we are so lucky to have them, and I fully embrace the result.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you again for your personal commitment to this work and your involvement, and that of the Vice Chair, which provided the kind of linkage that that James and Philip and Jessica have all referenced. I think that has been it's only one example. I don't want to overstate it, but I do think it's been very important and very useful to us. So I want to thank you all for serving so far on EMAC, and I'll just add to what Commissioner Smith said that I look forward to seeing the video, and I think that'll be very helpful. I think your points about building trust, about transparency, and particularly about the ongoing nature of this work, because there's a lot of specificity ahead, and that as we get into the more detailed questions, as we're dealing with the specifics of the program, we definitely want to have it be a connective, transparent, ongoing effort, because that will be one of the things that, as I was saying earlier today, I think will distinguish it from other programs around the country. And we're really looking to have, Jessica's heard me say this before, a model for the kind of not just the financial and technical elements of having a tolling program, which of course are critical in setting up the back office and all of the things that have to be done to have a program that efficiently and effectively collects the tolling proceeds, but also a program that is a modern urban focused program that it attempts to and hopefully succeeds in soliciting and hearing feedback and having it inform the decisions that are made. So I really applaud all of the work that you've done to date, and the reminders that you're giving us, which are important for us to hear and remind ourselves of as we go forward. So I really very much appreciate the work you're doing, have done, and are doing, and including this presentation today. So similar to Commissioner Smith, I think these recommendations are all very solid and important, and we're going to try to live up to them. So other members of the commission, comments or questions, or both? Commissioner Brown?
I just want to thank everybody for their hard work, because looking through all of the report or the packet that they gave us and the recommendations that they made, it shows that they really did a yeoman's work on this. I wish that the committee that I'm chairing, we could come up with such a great recommendation, but I think that this is where we need to be, and it really warms my heart to see the multimodal piece of this. For years and years as a transit advocate, we've been really pushing transit as one of the ways to reduce congestion, and it's finally coming to light that it will work, and that I'm glad to see that TriMet is part of this conversation. So you have my support on this, so thank you.
Commissioner Burke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo everyone's thanks and appreciation for the work, and particularly to highlight the accountability pieces, both in the near and term and the future, how important that is. I think that oftentimes in making sort of these sweeping moves that we'll get all excited about in the beginning, and people are concerned about what happens later. And we know that we're not going to come up with the perfect plan out of the gate, and that we're going to need to constantly assess, reevaluate, and make adjustments to actually achieve our stated goals. So I appreciate those pieces and the fact that you've broken them down into the near term and the future. Thank you.
I'd just add one comment to kind of draft off of Commissioner Burke's comment, that this is clearly, as we head to the World Games in Eugene here this weekend, this really is a marathon effort. We're doing something brand new in the state, and it takes a lot of time and effort. And so I really adopt the comments of my colleagues here about the commitment that's necessary to have accountability and to have a successful long-term experience. And also her comment that I'm sure it won't be perfect, but we're going to make every effort to make it a model for the country. Well, this is a perfect time to ask or to call on Vice Chair Simpson, because he was the member of our commission who was the first person who was working with EMAC. Vice Chair?
I don't have a lot more to add other than the congrats and good work by the team, and ever since this started very early on with value pricing work, when the agency looked a lot different than it does today. And so its evolution has been nothing short of inspiring. And ultimately, I mean, I'm just humbled to see that, as Mr. Paulson alluded to earlier about that, the rebuilding trust is such an important element and such a common theme and talking point people use outside of the agency. I'm really just adamant and optimistic that moving forward that will happen. And it's gonna take baby steps, as you had indicated. I would allude to a marathon being tied to that as well, because restoring trust and building trust doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, and it's not going to be perfect. But I'd be remiss if I didn't believe that this will eventually happen in due time. And I think at a certain point, the community will be optimistic and feel more secure with the direction the agency's going and how that impacts not only just the transportation system of our state, but the quality of lives of people within our state. So onward we go.
So Jessica, I think that is a unanimous endorsement of the recommendations from us.
Mr. Chair, I'll interject here real quickly and put my hand down.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Sorry.
That was what obviously this was an informational item, but we did want to indicate your support for the strategic direction moving forward the toll program. So we really appreciate that. We want to finish up here soon so you can get to your next agenda item, but we believe we've overcome the technology difficulties and we can show this video. We think it's pretty powerful. So we'd like to do that. And then Mandy has a quick piece before we adjourn from the Urban Mobility Office update for the day. So I'll turn it over to this. Thank you very much for your indulgence here.
Thank you, Director.
To expand a freeway. In the past, we have made transportation decisions. In other words, when we want to expand a freeway, when we want to do something like that, we've made those decisions oftentimes to the detriment of specific communities.
The way that we've done a lot of our work as a department has created harm. So I want to be really explicit about that. But we recognize as a department that we have to do better.
Oregonians rely on our transportation system. Tolls are one tool to help us manage congestion and raise revenue to modernize and maintain our roads. ODOT wants to do this work differently from the past.
People have to get to places of education, get to places where they work, get to services like healthcare, or go shopping for food.
If you look at commute times by race, you see that Black, Indigenous, and people of color have longer travel times to get where they need to go when compared to their white counterparts. And so we see that the system right now is not working great for everybody.
When it comes to tolling is coming to a road near you, there's really no easy way to take that to a population that has never experienced tolling. One of the big challenges is the cost and access to transportation for people who are in that, let's just call it the 25th percentile of workers, that bottom quarter.
A lot of folks are living paycheck to paycheck, and though they might be earning $70K a year or more, it can still impact their household income significantly.
Tolling is new for Oregonians, and we wanted to make sure that we embraced all communities. So one of the things we did was set up an Equity Mobility Advisory Committee, which we call the EMAC. EMAC is made up of members who have professional and lived experience in equity, and they represent a multitude of groups who have been underserved in our communities. We wanted them to bring us that perspective of what do people need in those communities and how do we address that in making the toll program an equitable program.
EMAC is the advisory role, and then the OTC is a decision maker directing ODOT.
In joining the committee, several of us expressed that personally, we didn't know if we agreed with tolling, but we thought it was an important step to address equity and the climate impact.
Room for like the state.
Everyone comes with their own perceptions, and so what we needed to do is we needed to be able to bring that down to a framework.
There are a lot of elements of that framework, not the least of which is actually identifying and knowing who we are talking about. Who are the communities that we are wanting to include? We're trying to be very strategic, and it takes a whole bunch of different minds to be able to contribute their expertise to be able to achieve that.
We're baking in an equitable process in the transportation mega planning world. So we've got landmarks and anchoring of this is what an equitable process is, and this is what an equitable outcome is. And that's what EMAC's job is.
Equity in the context of mobility and transportation is simple. People need to be able to navigate their system easily and comfortably, whoever they are. Whether they are on a wheelchair, they're using a scooter, a bike, walking, it needs to be accessible in every aspect.
It is EMAC's goal that going on, there's a monitoring and an evaluation partner, either in the form of another committee or some other kind of structure that works with ODOT on how are we implementing this. Having that clarity of the roles and the shared responsibility and a sense of partnering, that they all have the same goal. That's very important.
The work that we're doing is in support of the public. Equity is not about one group or another group. Equity is for all.
Doing work with EMAC for the last 2 years, it's been really hard work. We want to thank them for all the effort they put in and their passion. The work is not done. We still have a lot of moving forward that we need to do as we try to do things differently and make sure that we include people who normally have not been included in our processes. Thank you, EMAC. Help us continue to work on creating an equitable toll program. Visit OregonTolling.org for more information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate your indulgence there. And great work by Lucinda, Jessica, Garrett, the EMAC team. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you letting us share that video with you today. If we could, Mandy is going to round us out, our Strategic Initiatives Director, and we know we're a little over time, so we'll be respectful of that. Mandy, why don't we turn it over to you? We can bring up the PowerPoint again and hit those last couple of slides.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Mandy?
Good morning, Chairman Brocklin, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. I'm pleased to be here this morning. I have 4 brief project updates after that very inspiring video and presentation. I will try to breeze through them and let me know if you have questions as I go. We could have the slide deck up again. I will get started first with an update on the Regional Mobility Pricing Project. Maybe in the interest of time, I'll just go with my updates and we'll have the slide deck catch up when it's able to come back online again. Oh, here we go. Great. We are working closely with the Federal Highway Administration to conclude our planning work with our partners and then transition into a formal National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, environmental review process in the September timeframe. Under NEPA, we will be able to further analyze how pricing can be used to manage congestion, consistent with the intent of House Bill 2017, and in a manner that generates sufficient revenue to cover toll program costs, pay for operation and maintenance of these corridors, and provide funding for future transportation investments through the toll program fund, consistent with House Bill 3055. We had a tremendous response to a recent online survey on the project concept with over 12,000 responses. We've also hosted discussion groups in multiple languages and with community-based organizations to gather focused input as we move through the planning process. We're now working through all of this feedback so that it can inform our NEPA process and further our project development efforts. Next slide, please. Tolling on I-205, the variable rate tolling at the Abernathy Bridge and the Tualatin River bridges will be the first step to achieve our vision of regional pricing. We're continuing to work on the analysis needed to answer questions from our partners and also to prepare our draft environmental assessment, which we expect to have ready for public review in the early fall. We'll continue to share our findings as we have them available and expect ongoing and continued robust conversations as we move forward. Next slide, please. Following up on the comments this morning from the director, it really was a true team effort and a powerful case study in what happens when you have an agency in lockstep from every department and discipline for us to be successful in reaching our construction start date. We have worked in partnership with Kiewit. They mobilized quickly after notice to proceed, and we're on site by the end of May and are successfully working in the water as we needed them to be. They started on July 1st, the first allowable in-water work window day. We've invited the nearby communities to events to meet the contractor and are doing our due diligence to share construction activities, detours, and plans as we move forward. This 4-year project will result in more than 1 million labor hours and a significant investment in contracts with the DVE community. And then my last slide is a brief update on the West Side Multimodal Study. We're excited to be partnering with Metro to lead the West Side Multimodal Improvement Study. Highway 26 is an important economic corridor connecting Oregon's Silicon Forest with many major employers to Portland Central City, the Port of Portland, PDX, and the world. Travel times on Highway 26 are unreliable, and there is often heavy congestion. Due to limited alternative routes to connect key destinations, transportation can present a challenge to area businesses and individuals. This study will provide clarity about the multimodal needs and also the opportunities associated with improvements for this corridor. We'll be centering climate and equity as we move forward and have kicked off a steering committee of a variety of different regional partners. That concludes my quick updates on some of the projects in my portfolio, and I'm happy to answer questions, and I believe my colleagues from the Urban Mobility Office are also still here if anything else has come up from any of the other content.
Thank you very much. So are there questions of the Urban Mobility Office representatives here today? Great presentation and a lot of progress. I think both on the kind of physical facilities improvement level and on the kind of the interconnectivity with the community level and otherwise. So congratulations to the entire department and especially this group and the director. I do want to say one other thing, and that is once we got to watch the video on EMAC, I think it's worth, well, I know it's worth acknowledging the work of our tolling manager, Lucinda Broussard. Lucinda was the person we brought to the agency, and I was on this hiring committee to bring some expertise in tolling to ODOT, and she is the person that we selected to manage our tolling program. I think she's done a great job, and obviously there's a lot of runway ahead, but her work and leadership today is important, and this seemed like a important time with the conversation we've had this morning to acknowledge that. And I really want to thank Lucinda for her leadership. Similarly to Nakatris and now Erica, these are kind of groundbreaking areas for the agency, and really this entire UMO team is a groundbreaking effort, and each of them individually. So I do want to just focus for a second on Lucinda, because without people coming into the agency like like she has, we just simply can't get there. And so I really think she's exemplative of the kind of talent that we need to both develop from within and attract from other places. And I think this UMO group is a excellent example of that, as is our now kind of, to thread a larger theme, as is our equity element of our strategic plan, and our new leader now in Erica, and that. So this all connects. This is a broad effort, and it's hard to explain all of the connections, but I think we're seeing them in action, and I think they're making a tremendous difference, particularly in the metro area here in Portland. So thank you, one and all, and a particular thanks to Lucinda for her leadership. And Mandy, thanks to you for your, as always, great and efficient report. Okay, is there anything else for this panel?
Mr. Chair, before we leave, thank you for your time. Sorry we ran a little bit over. Obviously, appreciate the commission's support in those words. But also, I want to take this opportunity to thank Sabrina and Lisa for their support, because they support us, and sometimes we come at the last minute with some things. So I want to recognize them, and I know they're dealing with a lot of issues there. So I just want to recognize them and thank them for them, because they kind of support us behind the scenes. So I had to say that before we left. And thank you again for your time this morning.
Well, I certainly second that. We wouldn't be able to do this meeting at all without them. So so thank you to the UMO group, and keep it rocking. All right, we're going to move now to item G, back for further discussion on the community workforce agreement update, and I will turn to Assistant Director Cooper Brown to present on this item.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Van Brocklin. Good morning, commissioners. Good to see you. For the record, I'm Cooper Brown, ODOT's Assistant Director for Operations. And continuing on the theme of groundbreaking work, I'm here this morning to talk to you about the work the agency's been doing around workforce development, specifically around community workforce agreements. And you've already heard a good deal from our public commenters this morning. But I wanted to come here and provide a little bit of background and explanation on what we're doing and why. Next slide, please. So by way of a little background, as you all know very well, we as a department, ODOT, invest hundreds of millions of dollars in public works projects every single year. And as you also know, we're committed to not only delivering those projects, the bridges, the roads, the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure, but also committed to providing training and career opportunities, as well as benefits to impacted communities through the delivery of those very projects. I know it's a commitment that you all have and have expressed to us, and it's one that we certainly hold as an agency and try to lean into at every available opportunity. As you also know, we're in a moment when workforce challenges and shortages of skilled workers has become, unfortunately, very real. Workforce pipeline challenges are being felt very acutely across the industry, and we're certainly feeling them as an agency. You heard this morning from the executive director of the Oregon-Columbia chapter of the Association of General Contractors, Mr. Salsgiver. According to that group, to AGC, the last data that I have has noted that nearly 100% of the firms that AGC Oregon-Columbia chapter represents in the industry are having difficulty finding workers. Of course, this is alarming news for the industry, but of course, by extension, this is also very alarming news for our agency as we stare out at a horizon where we see an increasing workload of projects coming our way, as you all well know, from the workloads coming out of House Bill 17 that are really ramping up now as that timeline has progressed, and those are really coming to construction. as you all know, to the IIJA projects that we've talked about over the previous couple of commission meetings and the opportunities presented there. There's a real possibility of us not having the workforce to deliver all these projects. So in light of all this, we're committed to exploring, as I've said, every potential available tool that we have at our disposal to help us address the workforce pipeline challenges. And we believe as an agency that community workforce agreements are one of those tools that can help us do that. Additionally, again, by way of background, there was legislation that passed in the 2021 session that is related to this work. House Bill 3011 mandates the use of project labor agreements, which are similar to CWAs, but different. And we'll talk about that here in a second, on specific projects, specifically those that have a certain amount of ARPA funds associated with them, and then some other criteria. For us as ODOT, we have one project that's currently planned that meets all of those criteria, and that's the Newburgh-Dundee Phase 2 project, which will go to bid in February of next year, and we will be applying a PLA to it in accordance with this law. Additionally, in the last session, Senate Bill 420 was passed, which provides the authority to permit public agencies to designate public improvement projects as community benefit contracts. The statute doesn't stipulate what form of community benefit contract that we should employ or that agencies might employ. So it could be PLAs, CWAs, CBAs, but that's what that bill directs us to do or gives us permission to do. Next slide, please. So what exactly is a CWA? This is one of the key questions that I wanted to spend a little bit of time on. A CWA is a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement between either a contract owner and one or more labor organizations, or between labor organizations and contractors directly, that establishes the terms and conditions of employment for a construction project, and they typically include benefits such as workforce goals and requirements around such things as apprenticeship, workforce diversity, as well as economically distressed and local hiring preferences and the like. I want to take a moment to address some of the comments that were made earlier today. You heard from Mr. Salsgiver that we are negotiating our work directly between us as ODOT and labor organizations. That is one way to do it, as I've just described, or it could be done through labor organizations and contractors directly. For this master agreement, we have decided to take that former route. I want to be transparent that this was a judgment call. And it is a decision that, as you all heard this morning, is somewhat controversial. Our thinking was based on the fact that many of these agreements have been negotiated in this way elsewhere, directly between the contract owner and labor organizations, because the preponderance of impacts are with these labor union groups. But this said, there are certainly significant impacts to open shop contractors as well from these agreements that we've diligently tried to address through the advisory group process, which I'll talk about here momentarily, and also through the negotiation process that we're currently in the midst of. But ultimately, just want to be transparent. We made a judgment-based decision based on past precedents and how it's been done elsewhere on how to do this. Now, quickly back to the CWA distinction. The difference really between CWAs and PLAs, if I had to kind of sum it up, PLAs are also pre-hire collective bargaining agreements that establish terms and conditions for projects, but they typically don't include benefits and requirements like workforce and apprenticeship goals, the diversity goals, or local hiring elements, or at least not to the degree that the CWAs typically do. Additionally, on the flip side, a CBA, community benefit agreements, typically add community partners to the agreement in more robust ways and builds on CWAs in a more robust manner, particularly around the local community elements and the impacts or mitigations to local communities. And so that's really the distinction there between the three types of agreements. Next slide, please. So why are we taking this approach to create a master CWA? First and foremost, and I think it came up in the comments this morning, we recognize that we need really measurable data on these agreements in the Oregon context to gauge how effective they are. And can these be viable tools to help us achieve our outcomes? Based on this data that we collect from the projects that have these agreements on them over a set kind of early period, the idea is that we will adjust and fine tune to make sure that this tool is effective as possible. And we need to have enough of these agreements in place on enough different types of projects in different parts of the state to ensure that we have a robust data set to see how these tools perform in different settings. So really, we need to stress test this tool and put it through its paces, would be another way to say it. Finally, we want to make sure that we set up statewide standards that are consistent across geography to make sure that we're being equitable and those impacts are being felt equitably around our state. In terms of the process for developing this master CWA, we've had several component steps that we've gone through or are in the process of going through right now. We first, as you heard this morning from the commenters, established an advisory group, and this occurred back in October, I believe we stood it up, of last year. And it was comprised of 65 members representing I believe all of the groups that were represented by the individuals who spoke this morning. But it included large contractors, DBE contractors, workforce development partners, labor groups, local public owners, and more. And that group provided recommendations to ODOT on the elements of a potential master agreement. Again, I want to be real transparent here. As you heard this morning, there was a wide range of perspectives from committee members, and in many cases, I would say starkly divergent views on doing this work in general, on what components of an agreement should be included, and on what those components should look like in a master agreement. Since early summer, and with the consideration of the feedback that we received from that advisory committee that finished its work in March, ODOT's been in negotiations, as I mentioned, directly with labor organizations with the original intent to come to agreement on a master agreement by late summer of this year in order to get those agreements applied to contracts that go to bid starting this fall. Our negotiation timeline has slipped somewhat recently, and I'd say it's unlikely that we'll be able to attach a master agreement to contracts until realistically probably early next year at this point. Another component is the rulemaking, which I'll speak to in a couple of slides. So I'll delay on getting into that at the moment. We also need FHWA approval for the final negotiated master agreement, and we've certainly been keeping them abreast and updated on this work so they can hopefully move relatively quickly once our negotiations conclude. And again, we're hopeful that that will happen later this fall. I think it stands to say, though, that we will be the first DOT in the country to taking a master agreement approach. And so there is some work to be done with our federal partners to ensure that there's some comfort in that. And so that gives you an idea of what we're doing here. And then ultimately, the idea and the goal is to attach CWAs to projects. And again, that was our original timeline that you see on the slide. That has slipped a little bit. Next slide, please. Depending on the outcomes of negotiations, and I want to really underscore that because we're in active negotiations and I don't want to disclose anything in that space, but I will say, because this was part of the conversations with our advisory group back over the preceding 8 months, these are the types of elements that you see on this slide that might be in a master CWA. We might have a project cost threshold, and so that's really the kind of bar for entry for what projects would have a CWA applied to them, and it'd be the overall cost of the project. Likely a term limit. These are typically included in these types of agreements that would allow the contracting agency to assess the data that's collected and make tweaks if needed to make sure that the tool is being as effective as possible. Likely there could be core worker and apprenticeship requirements, as I've mentioned, core workers being really long and short of it, the non-union workers that are allowed to work on the specific project. Small firm and DBE exemptions are also components of these agreements, or at least have been elsewhere and could show up in our master agreement. As well as I mentioned, local hire and economically distressed zip code requirements to ensure that the benefits of these projects flow to the communities that are most impacted. Now, it's going to be vital that we have strong measures to help us evaluate our success. And are we meeting the objectives that we set out to meet with this tool? The measures that we employ are going to depend on the specific components of the agreement, which again are still being negotiated. So if it were apprenticeship, for instance, if that's a component of the agreement, we'll of course be looking closely at the apprenticeship hours across the project to make sure that that requirement is being met. But again, exactly how we'll do that will be dependent upon the components that are in the final agreement. Next slide, please. Again, for illustrative purposes, I wanted to show a slide that gives you an idea of the types of projects that these agreements might be applied to. And this is that list of potential projects that go to bid over the next year or more or less. And again, that could potentially have a CWA applied to them. This list, of course, could grow or shrink depending on the ultimate project cost dollar threshold that I just talked about that we arrive at through negotiations. The one shaded in gray here that you see are projects that go to bid this fall, but as I mentioned already, look like we might not be able to hit given our timeline challenges. And then you'll see also noted there in the footnote, the Newburgh-Dundee project, which, as I mentioned, will have a PLA attached to it per House Bill 3011. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the rulemaking. We're going through the rule establishment process in order to ensure that ODOT has the authority to conduct a master agreement as described and designed. And specifically to authorize ODOT to designate public improvement projects as community benefit contracts as articulated in Senate Bill 420 that I mentioned previously. You have the draft rule in your materials, and we'll be bringing to you a final rule after the other kind of relevant steps in the process for consideration and hopefully approval at your September OTC meeting. We followed the standard process for rulemaking by establishing a rules advisory committee comprised of 11 members representing contractors, workforce partners, labor groups, local owners, and more. And we've given that rule advisory committee the scope to provide comments on draft rules before the formal notice is filed, as well as provide comments to inform the development of the necessary fiscal impact statement that's associated with any rule development, as well as to share comments on the mitigation and give us recommendations on how to mitigate negative impacts, if any are found. Our plan is to file official notice of rulemaking with Secretary of State later this month and accept public comments through, I believe, the majority of August before again coming back to you all in September with the finalized draft rule for your consideration and potential approval of. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think this slide really just gives you a better sense of the timeline that I just walked through and the kind of component pieces of the rulemaking process. Typically for rulemaking, we will bring those to you as a consent calendar item, but in light of the importance of this topic and the significant work that we've been putting into this effort over the past 8 months, we wanted to bring this discussion to you today. Make sure you had ample time to hear about what we're doing, why, and prior to asking for your approval of any rule in September, so you really have an adequate understanding, again, of what we're doing and why. I'd be remiss if I don't, before maybe pausing and seeing what kind of questions you have. I do want to acknowledge the significant work that some of our team have been doing in this space, in particular, and you've heard her name earlier in the meeting, Maria Ellis. Our equity manager, economic equity manager for ODOT, has played an integral role in this, as well as David Kim, our statewide project delivery manager, and their teams and many others. But I want to make sure I give a call out to them because this has been a big body of work and they've been integral pieces in it, and really appreciate the hard work they've done. In addition to those two stellar individuals, I'm joined by Mac Lind, who you all know is our Delivery and Operations Division Administrator, who's also been a part of this work, and his team has. And he's going to join me to answer any questions that you may have. We, of course, also have Director Strickler here and can weigh in if needed. But with that, Mr. Chair, I wanted to give you a little bit of background on this effort, why we're doing it, but happy to give the mic back to you and stand by for any questions or discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's start with questions based on the presentation to this point. Hang on, I have to get the right screen up here so I can see people's hands. Okay. Are there questions from members of the commission for Assistant Director Brown or any of the others he's mentioned, including the director? Commissioner Smith.
Thanks. Yes, I have a lot of questions, and I'm in order to be fair, I might ask one and then see if other people have questions.
Sure. Yeah.
Ask a couple and get some dialogue going.
Yeah, maybe that would be a good kind of ground rule. Maybe one or two per person, and we'll rotate.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm still trying to understand kind of the whole big picture. And it sounds like, and there's a lot of detail here. And so if my questions are out of ignorance, I apologize in advance. Maybe we could go back to the slide, and like at the beginning of the slide, the kind of, I think the first slide, where you talked about the different ways to do these community workforce agreements. Okay, this is the one. So it's a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement. And you said it can be between the contract owner and one or more labor organizations, which is the route that you've gone down. And then you said, or it could be between the contract owner and contractors, or maybe I misunderstood that. I'm just trying to understand what the options are and maybe kind of pros and cons, thinking back to some of the input we had earlier of a suggestion that AGC and NAMC be at the table in negotiations or have a separate agreement that's for non-union contractors. So help me think through those issues.
You bet. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Smith, happy to give you my perspective, and then I might turn it over to others if they want to add on. But yes, as you described it accurately, according to my understanding, that these agreements can be done in both of those ways that I described. They can be done between the contract owner and labor organizations directly. And that is, again, my understanding is the typical way, recognizing this is a bit of uncharted territory in some spaces, that these have been done. But they have been done, I also understand, between the business and between contractors and union groups specifically. And removing the contracting agency, the public contracting agency, out of the equation. I believe those have been done, perhaps at least in the vertical space, if not elsewhere, vertical construction space. But again, typically they're done in this way, is my understanding. There's of course pros and cons to the different ways of doing it. I would say, in a perfect world, I think we would love to see these agreements being negotiated between the contracting community and labor organizations. But that hasn't taken place yet. And so we've taken this approach. But let me see if I'll pause there and see if others want to chime in and add to that.
Commissioner Smith, do you have a follow-up under the notion of maybe people taking a couple of questions, either a follow-up or and then we'll go to other commissioners, Commissioner Burke and then Commissioner Brown. But
let me just contemplate that, and other people have questions.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so Commissioner Burke for a question or two, and then Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am generally in favor of this sort of programmatic or master approach, and recognizing that some of the commenters, both that were here in person and in the written comments, are concerned about, they have different concerns, but I want to get to sort of the substantive concerns, which I haven't heard very many specific substantive concerns about this. And so taking the one that we heard this morning about the lack of non-union training programs for iron workers, for example, are the substantive concerns that you've been hearing, are we able to address those and yet nonetheless move forward with a master approach?
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Burke, I'm not sure I understand the question entirely. So my apologies. Do you mind restating the last part just to make sure I'm tracking what you're asking?
Right. So this morning, one of the concerns raised was that given that we've chosen the route of negotiating with labor organizations, right, as opposed to open shop, right, there was a concern raised about the lack of training programs. So you don't have, I guess, the apprentices and that sort of thing feeding through. Is that something that could be dealt with nonetheless, even though we've chosen this route of negotiating with labor organizations?
Commissioner Burke, yes, my understanding is, short answer is yes. And I guess how I would describe it is that there's not an all or nothing kind of requirement for these agreements in these spaces. As I've tried to articulate, we're looking at these tools as a way to help us in these spaces, build sorry, I'm not sure if that was me or what that was, but my apologies. But as a way to build apprenticeship programs, make sure that we have a robust kind of pipeline for that as an important way to build workforce. This tool, we think, can help us do that, and we want to collect the data to ensure that's the case, but it doesn't then prohibit other activities that are taking place, as described today by Mr. McCoy and others like the Knife River facility and elsewhere that are trying to address some of these same challenges. And you heard from the speakers this morning, I think there's general concurrence and consistency about what we need to do and what we're trying to accomplish. It's the how we're getting there where there's, I think, some divergent views. And so I guess to be more specific to your question, I think you can do both at the same time.
I'm wondering if it's necessary to speak to, I hate to be unsympathetic, but a lot of this stuff always comes back to money. Is there a dollar threshold that is being discussed as it relates to these CWAs? I think that's, to help Commissioner Burke or even others to try to really wrap their head around this, I think that is probably the elephant that should be highlighted, because if it's on projects that are over 200 million, why would we not do this? But if it's on projects that are 1 million, there's a range of need, and I think that dollar value conversation should be discussed now.
You bet. Chairman Brockland, Vice Chair Simpson, great point. And yes, we are talking about a dollar threshold for projects that would then have these types of agreements applied to them. As I mentioned, with that advisory committee, there was a range of perspective on what that threshold should be. That's one of the central questions that's out there, and one of the central kind of negotiation points, frankly, that we're talking about with our labor partners and union groups. The range has been everywhere in the conversation, from under $1 million to, as you described, tens of millions of dollars for the threshold. You know, I don't really feel comfortable sharing kind of where we are with that, and I apologize, but in recognition of the negotiation. But I will say that the advisory committee that we pulled together, again, which had stakeholders from all of these groups, their ultimate recommendation, as I recall, was I believe the $5 to $10 million range. But again, there were starkly divergent views, and there were several members of that committee that called for a much higher threshold than that, if that helps at all.
Yeah, it does. And I think it was probably right around the time when Director Strickler was being appointed as director of this agency is when these kind of conversations started around thresholds. And so, and I understand your reservation of talking about explicit numbers, but I think this is what leads to that element of, which is the elephant in the room, is, you know, why isn't the industry negotiating this with labor directly, like that takes place in most other jurisdictions in other states. As you alluded to earlier, you know, this would be, ODOT would be the first DOT in the country to take up a master agreement approach. So I mean, I'm just leaving that there because I love buzzwords, but dollars are really where you know, you get to the real meat and potatoes of the conversation. And I think in this space, we should be talking numerical data, because we can't intelligently come up with a concise decision or a really comfortable, confident decision without numbers. And so I think for the rest of the commission, I'm going to just leave it there. But I think numbers are going to be key to us coming to like either a consensus or whatever we decide upon this, how we want to proceed. What kind of numbers are we talking about here?
So let me thank you for that, Vice Chair. Let me make sure that Commissioner Burke has gotten her initial couple of questions asked, and then go to Commissioner Brown. And I think the point that Vice Chair Simpson's making is an important one. Just before turning back to Marcel, I just want to say, I think what we're being asked to do today is provide direction to the agency about how to proceed on this topic. So that will then lead, I believe, to some concrete action items coming before us at subsequent meetings, including potentially in September with respect to a rule or whatever else is going to come forward out of this. And I don't want to truncate discussion about what that list should be, because I think we all have questions along the lines of, you know, what are the next steps here? But I think what we're doing today is trying to get our questions answered, trying to understand what the issues are here that are in conflict or in where people aren't exactly on the same page, and then how we direct the agency to proceed. Let me ask Assistant Director Brown and Director Strickler if I've got that right, and then I promise to return to Commissioner Burke. Is that what we are being asked to do today? Provide direction on this?
Mr. Chair, yes, I would, not to be too cutesy about it, I would argue that we're always seeking your direction on all of our topics, but certainly that was one of the potential kind of outcomes we envisioned when we brought this up, is that we wanted to make sure you understood the effort. We recognize that as we bring a rule to you, there's a lot behind this rule in particular, and there's a lot of discussion, a lot of perspective and divergent perspectives on what we should be doing here. And so it felt to us like it warranted some time for this discussion and for us to present in kind of an orderly fashion and explain what we're doing and why, answer your questions as you just described. And then, of course, if you have feedback for us or direction, we are all ears for that, as always.
Okay. Commissioner Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't have a second question at that time, but the vice chair's comment question brings one, so I'll take advantage of the opportunity that you're giving me, and ask that in the draft language that was provided in the packet, the threshold is not a part of that language, right? So would the threshold eventually be in the reg, or would that be just a term of the agreement itself?
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Burke, the latter. The rule, as in currently envisioned, is to provide kind of the sweeping and ensure we have the sweeping authority to designate certain contracts, public improvement contracts, as I've described, but the actual threshold and the details, the meat, would be in the agreement itself, if that helps.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke and Assistant Director Brown. Now to Commissioner Brown. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As Assistant Director Brown knows, I've had a few conversations about this with him, and a lot of my questions or my statements have been answered, but there's a couple of things that are still give me pause on this. And I think that Commissioner Simpson's talk about the threshold is one of them. When I look through the materials and look at the advisory committee, they're kind of all over the place with the threshold. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is if this is sweeping, we're going to do CWAs across the board with all of our projects. And let's say the threshold's $2 million or $1 million or $5 million, which is extremely low. And we're going to do it for all projects. It gives me pause when I hear that our agency is the one negotiating with the unions. And I'd like to know, and maybe you can tell me and maybe you can't, who's negotiating? When you say we are negotiating, who is negotiating? Who's the team?
So, Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Brown, on the ODOT side, the team that's actually at the negotiation table is myself, Division Administrator Lind, who's on the call, as well as Maria Ellis and David Kim, who I mentioned earlier. That's the team that's actually doing the negotiation. We have, of course, lots of kind of subject matter expertise behind us on our team. And then as well, I would say a lot of our the process that we put in place, I'm not saying it fully satisfies, I think, the concern that you're raising, but the process we put in place was intended to hear stakeholders' perspectives and understand deeply their concerns, primarily the open shop contractors, so we could carry that into the conversations that we're having in the negotiations specifically with the building trades and union groups. So hopefully that helps.
Well, I think that the thing I'm concerned with is I believe, and I don't know the exact number, and I think I asked you that and you didn't either, but there's kind of an assumption that there's about 50% of Oregonians that work in an open shop versus in a union environment for this. And so to me, it's like, if the agreement is all or nothing, that really can cause problems in the future for open shops and for small businesses. And I've always been a big advocate for DBEs and really looking at trying to bring small business into the mix of being able to compete in contracts. And I just want to make sure whatever we are doing and we're moving forward, that we're not shutting the door on all the work that's being done. And it sometimes I just get really frustrated here because I feel like we start making strides and we start working towards these goals, and then the next bright and shiny thing comes up and we gravitate towards that and grab at it. And I am not convinced that this is the way ODOT should be going. I've asked for data. I keep hearing from consultants and others who have said this has been done in other places and has been successful. Then show me the data. I want to see how they have been able to move the needle on equity and diversity and bringing low income people and people of color into the workforce by doing this. And when we started talking about innovation and what we're going to do in the future, are we jumping ahead of what we're trying to do? And that's the question I have. And I'm not asking you to answer it. These are more statements, but this is my frustration. And I want to put it on record that this is how I feel about it. And I want to be really clear on this. So the more information that the staff can provide me, and win me over to the point that this is the right thing we should be doing, I really appreciate.
Totally understood, Commissioner Brown. I might offer, I know you're not asking for kind of response directly to those statements, but I might offer a couple additional pieces of information. You touched upon the question of what percentage of the state industry is union versus non-union. I don't know if we have a full kind of comprehensive understanding, but you heard earlier this morning from Mr. McCoy, the representation and kind of the breakdown within his organization, within EMAC. I believe the last data that I've seen from AGC was that when you look at firms across the board in this heavy highway construction portion of the industry, if you look at firms across the board, it is similar to that breakdown that Mr. McCoy talked about 75-25, 75 being non-union, 25 being union. So I just want to make sure that that data is out there. If you look at the actual workforce individuals, the actual employees, I think that data, that breakdown changes a little bit. And it looks like there's about 40% of the actual workers themselves who are unionized and about 60% who are not, again, in that AGC space. And that's the best data that I think we can come to that gives us a pretty good picture of what that space looks like in our state. So I did want to flag that and then also make one minor amendment to my answer a second ago. At the end of the day, while I did paint the picture of our negotiation team, and I certainly all of that flows up through and ultimately the director is in the seat for helping us land on, and he's obviously the final arbiter. It goes without saying, but I wanted to make sure that I'd said it anyway.
Thank you.
So let me ask a question here. So I think there's been a lot of good work done here, but I also feel like based in part on the written materials we received and in part on the testimony received this morning, that my impression is, and I'd like your thoughts on this, Assistant Director Brown, and also maybe the director's view. I don't sense a lot of, and I may be naive and wrong about this, but I don't sense there's a lot of disagreement about the ultimate goal of developing out a stronger workforce and a more diverse workforce. Yeah, I don't hear anyone saying, well, we disagree with that. I think everyone recognizes the need. Everything I've read and everyone I've listened to has said that. There seems to be some disconnect on getting to a master agreement that is balanced, and I think that may not be the right word, but that is a mutually workable arrangement among contractors and labor. And I guess my question is, we have a process here that involves, and you outlined this in your presentation, Cooper, in a very straightforward way and good way about, the approach we've taken here is to work with labor on this master agreement, and that's an approach. And I think we've gotten where we've gotten, but I'm wondering if at this juncture, we should have, the agency should have a conversation that involves both the contractor community and labor in some way to see whether or not we could get to a master agreement template that would be acceptable to both, and then would achieve our objectives, or that we thought had a reasonable chance of achieving our objectives. So I'm wondering what you would think if we were to direct the agency to go have that conversation. Do you think that would be fruitful? Do you think that is doable given where we are procedurally? As you've mentioned, we're in a negotiation. So my question is, if the commission were to direct you to go do that, one, is that problematic from the standpoint of where we sit with the discussions we're in? And two, do you believe it would be valuable? Because if that procedural addition would be valuable and might lead to a consensus view or a compromise view, or however you want to characterize the agreement, to get to an agreement on a master agreement, I'm intrigued with whether that would be valuable.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, once again, Chris Strickler, Director of ODOT. In direct response to that question, clearly in that question, there's a little bit of speculation, right? It's a little bit of our gut as to whether or not that could create value in the outcome. Certainly more conversation could create value. That is one pathway. I'd probably suggest that as we look to setting a table like that and having that discussion, in the end, these issues are still kind of points of disagreement that need to come to resolution. And so certainly the value of time might bring that for a master agreement. There are certainly some of those elements also that, in a project by project or a project specific community workforce agreement, I think are easier to get to some of the resolutions, because as you think about how to land some of these things, certainly if you're on two sides of an issue and you're having a hard time agreeing on whether a project threshold or what have you might be kind of the prevailing factor. In a project-based community workforce agreement, for example, that's not the issue, right? Because you already know what the project is, you know what the value of the contract is, those kinds of things. So it's tough for me to speculate. I am happy to take direction and set a table if that's the will of the commission. Certainly, I think it still puts us in an arbitration, small a, by the way, not capital A, arbitration role, and ensuring that we land on agreement details that can be agreed to by both sides, or frankly, there's more than two sides to this work. So it'll be all sides of this work.
Yeah, and I really understand your point about a lot of this is better done in a bargained situation on a specific project involving specific elements. But I also think such a conversation might be worth trying, because if the entities, and you'd have to think about, because you and Cooper and others have to think about who would be at that table, but some of them I think we've heard from today and heard from in writing. If that resolved kind of major structural elements of a master agreement, and obviously there still would be room within that master agreement for flexibility based on the individual project at issue, then rulemaking's faster probably, and we pick up some value in it from that perspective, and we get something that is got greater support. Because again, I'm not hearing, and maybe I'm not hearing well, but I'm not hearing that there's difference of opinion on outcome and a broad outcome in terms of getting a pipeline of workers. It seems to be on the details of the master agreement. So that causes me to say, well, maybe it's worth convening that table to see if there's anything there. For me, it's almost an asked and answered kind of thing to do. You know, we tried that, we didn't get much from that, or we tried that and it yielded substantial benefits. So just something, because we're going to ultimately, I think, have a conversation as a commission about what direction to provide. So that would be one thing I would think about visiting as a commission, whether there be value in directing that. And I would say with a fairly concise time frame, go have that conversation and see if there's a there. Okay, so now my follow-up question is slide 5, Sabrina or Lisa, whoever's driving.
Mr. Chair, if I may, as you're transitioning to that slide.
Yeah, sure, of course. I don't mean to cut off comment on it either.
No, my apologies. In some ways, I think what you're describing is the work that we attempted to bring around the table in the advisory group process that we had up until this point. That was the effort that Mr. Brown identified earlier. We still clearly have, points of divergence. I do agree with you that from what I've heard, and, again, I want to be clear, ODOT has a long history of working with union shop and open shop in that low bid environment, right? So we've had history of working with contractors on all sides. So as we set that table, clearly the goal was to create some of that outcome. We still have some divergence there. That said, again, it could be an idea to direct us to take on as well.
I just sense, and I'll just, without getting into too much further detail, I just sense from I think we've all had some level of contact that I sense there might be more productivity out of that conversation today than back when the advisory committee was formed and began talking. Just my sense. What I'm trying to convey is that we've since had a process and we are in a different place today than we were then, I think, potentially, or maybe not. But for me, convening a table like that would be to test that question. Is there a meeting of the minds here or not? I don't know what the answer is, but I know that it seems like it might be worth doing. My follow-up question is on this list. And maybe this is back to Cooper. Are any or some, are all, some, or any of these specific things? Because Vice Chair mentioned the first one, project cost threshold. Are there any of these that are kind of I'm trying to figure to form the question. I'm curious about which of these might be levers to progress.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think I understand where your head's at least a little bit on the question. I mean, I guess I would say all of these potential elements are just that, potential elements of the project. I would say there are some that are more contentious. There's probably a broader range of views on some of these elements than others. We talked a little bit about the project cost threshold. That is top of the list, I would say. When it comes to term limit and other things, and how long does an agreement apply before it's revisited and potentially amended? There's divergent views there as well, and with some wanting it to be longer, and the rationale there being that it gives kind of more assurances for firms and workers that this is going to be a tool that's in place and you can kind of depend on it for projects coming down the pike for the next year, 5 years, whatever the term limit is. And then there's others that may be less comfortable with this general approach, or certain elements that get negotiated that will want, I think, to see that at a shorter timeline. So I'd say there's a level of diversity of views on all of these issues, and these, of course, are not all the components that could be attached to an agreement. I would say if I had to kind of be pushed, I'd say there's probably a more kind of coalescing around the general idea, whereas there still might be a difference of opinion on kind of the eaches when it comes to kind of apprenticeship requirements, local hire, economically distressed code, zip code kind of requirements, that those should be elements. And I think there's a strong commitment from most of our stakeholders and partners in those spaces, and certainly on the DBE front as well, and using this as a tool to support diversity in all the ways that were described earlier today. Core workers, another area where there's, of course, going to be contention there when you're talking about the percentage of workers that are non-union that would be, again, allowed to work on these respective projects. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but hopefully it paints a little bit more picture of where the conversation is on these different elements, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Cooper. I think part of what I'm struggling with is I haven't been in any meetings or conversations about this with the parties, and it seems like this may be down in a lot of this may be down in the details, and we're a policy making body, and I am trying to separate the policy from the specifics. As we just touched on a couple of times, individual agreements on individual projects will have a lot of individual terms, and that's not our role. To, hundreds of projects, agreements on each of those projects. So I'm challenged by, so I was trying to stay up at the master level. What are we trying to adopt or not? And how we ought to get to that, and what would our direction be? And if there was one of these that we should provide to, like if you said, well, project cost threshold is clearly the key one, and it would be helpful if we knew what the commission's sense was of what that should be. Even there, however, it would be a bit of a swag for me. Okay, I've taken up more than enough time. I mean, in terms of direction for me, I had thought about two things. One is what I just articulated, some kind of convening of a table to talk about whether we could get to yes. And the other was whether there would be some advantage and some experience with this on a handful of projects before we took it to scale, a set of pilot projects. Those were the two ideas I had for one would be to try and resolve what are the issues that are key to getting to a consensus on what the master agreement would look like. The other is, would there be value in having an intermediate step here with some set of projects to give us some additional data, to use Commissioner Brown's word, on what this might look like, and then come back and review that data so those are two ideas for direction we could provide. Commissioner Smith has been sitting patiently for a long time now. Do you have other questions, Commissioner Smith? Because I think we're back around to you.
I do, but I see Commissioner Burke has had her hand up, so
Oh,
I
sorry.
would refer to her, and then I do have a couple of.
Okay, so Commissioner Burke and then Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To go back to your first thought about whether additional convening would be of value, and agreeing with the director that this involves some amount of speculation, that I am skeptical about that, given that so much process and stakeholder engagement has already occurred in this effort, and that these other entities have had this opportunity to comment and have been engaged in dialogue even outside of the formal process. And so neither do I think they will be happy with the process with such additional engagement as you might suggest, nor necessarily greater satisfaction or feel as if this outcome was a better one of what will come out on the other side. So that's just my own speculation and skepticism about that as an approach. Notwithstanding my skepticism, if that were if we could achieve that and still maintain the schedule as set out, then I would not object to such engagement. So that's a big if. And then the second point about maybe doing this on a more limited basis. I mean, I see that there's some projects listed in the presentation that could be the types of projects that one would apply this master agreement to. But I also, again, going back to my appreciation and preference for a master agreement, part of the reasoning in doing that is that we actually do get enough data to be able to assess the effects of the agreement, and then, as always, be ready, willing, and able to make adjustments with that data, and having enough projects to actually stress test the tool. So it could be a pilot that has to be large enough to actually achieve those goals. And what do we gain or lose by not just otherwise implementing a master agreement? And as I said, still always evaluating that and being able to make adjustments going forward. So I'm really concerned about a loss of momentum in a process that I think is sound, an approach that I believe is sound. And while, again, concerns about maybe some specific things or who wasn't at what table, even though there was broad engagement at the table, indeed seemed to me too vague to stop this, the schedule for at least going forward with drafting the agreement and the regulations. Because I think we could be stuck right here in this spot for some time, notwithstanding everyone saying that they are in favor of the goals of such an agreement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarity and thoughtfulness. And I'm thinking about what you're saying because I'm not coming into this with I'm not as decided on this as I would like to be. And with that, I turn to my colleague, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you.
I just find my number of questions expands every time someone says something, and I'm wishing it would go the other way.
Yes, and I certainly am enthusiastically supporting the goals of increasing DBE participation and training and local hire and all of these goals that are being expressed. And I'm hearing that this is one tool in the toolbox. So I understand that context. However, it's very concerning to me that we have input from AGC and NAMC that says that they think that this will have an adverse impact to contractors of color and that it is deteriorating the trust between AGC, NAMC, and ODOT. And I think in this competitive age of contracting, not having a good level of trust is going to be very adverse, have a very adverse impact on our ability to deliver projects. So it causes me a lot of concern. Are we trying to reach a goal in a way that is going to be effective? Or what are the adverse impacts to trying this? And if we try it on a whole swath of projects, that gives me concern that it's going to, be a big guess. And so I think if we're going to proceed, I would definitely rather see it on a more pilot project basis. But having said all of that, I'm not ready to make a decision because I still have a lot of
But can I ask you one question?
Sure.
And it really drafts off of, and it's really a question for every member of the commission, but you just happen to be the one talking when I thought of it.
In the hot seat.
It's really drafting off of Commissioner Burke's comments. If we could have a checkpoint on this convening concept I'm talking about, staying within the time frame, the schedule, would you, in part, just to get a little better information about where we are now in light of the process we've had, and Commissioner Burke's willingness with conditions to support that, would you support it under the same conditions, just as a checkpoint, if nothing else? Because if it fails, it fails. If it succeeds, that could be useful. And that's not taking anything away from your comments about it's a tool. We're trying to, I enthusiastically support the goals as you just said, but right now we're trying to deal with this specific tool. I just like to have a better grounding on whether it would be successful, kind of drafting off some things you were saying about if we do it and if it's a big thud, then that's not good. Anyway, what would you, maybe you
so I want to make sure that
my question.
The question that I think I'm answering is this. If we suggested that the team sit down with the contracting community and labor to see if they can come up with a master agreement that everybody hates equally, so that they can all kind of live with it, and then bring that back, the input back to us for further information, I think could be very helpful, because at least we would then understand where the disagreements are. Because at this point, the contracting community doesn't know what's in the negotiated agreement, so they are assuming it's the worst case scenario, and maybe there is common ground. I'm comfortable with that approach, assuming that, well, I don't hear from our team saying that is really going to derail where we are, and we're not going to be able to put the cow back in the barn.
Yeah, and I agree with I agree with that additional qualification, and I understand Marcelin's point about delay is not an objective here, that we don't want to be just dragging things out. We want to move something if possible, and if there's enough support on the commission. So,
Mr. Chair, I might just add one thing because it's relevant to a couple of the comments that have come up. I would look to Mr. Brown and Mr. Lind to let me know their impressions of schedule, but I think based on what I have heard, we already have some schedule stress with the programmatic agreement approach that was presented today. And I think that has to do with some of the details of the negotiation. Again, I'm not in the room, so they would be better suited to describe to the extent they can, because again, they're confidential. But I believe we've already missed the schedule that we have in front of you, and we're still trying desperately to hold on to it, but it feels like it may be slipping.
What is the schedule driven by? What is the deadline that we're being up against?
The main driver was trying to get projects this year with an agreement associated with them that could then start that process that you guys are describing as far as collecting that data. So it's really getting that data-informed process that's coming out of the master agreement approach. And here we are in July, and so that's becoming a little more pressed, I would say. But I'm probably a little over my skis now, and I'll turn to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Director, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Yeah, to follow up on the conversation and to answer your kind of question directly, or your comment to piggyback on it, Director. I'm just going to be blunt. I do think that the way described of setting that additional table, there's no way we will hit a timeline. I think it will push everything out significantly, if not indefinitely. I will say, and I think it was raised prior, I think that the stakeholders involved in this conversation know each other's perspectives on this, and I think we've created a process that allows us to really raise those up and see them and have the opportunity for all stakeholders to speak to them, their concerns, their worries, their hopes with this work. And so I do feel like, of course, we'll take whatever direction you give us. So, but my personal opinion, just to be blunt, is I do think it will present significant challenges with hitting any kind of timeline. I'd say well within the next year of actually getting an agreement in place, if not longer than that, by having another kind of table set. But again, that's just my opinion for what it's worth.
Well, just to be a little clearer on what I originally thought, I mean, I would lay some very strict parameters on this. We're going to have one meeting. You guys can have whatever meetings you want ahead of it, and we'd encourage that. And if you can come in with something that's mutually satisfactory, or mutually, to use Sharon's, equally disliked, but willing to agree with it. I mean, I am not talking about opening up a multi-month, multi-year process. That I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in getting, is this it? I know what you're telling me is you already know the answer to this question, but I'm new to this. So I want to ask it now that we're involved in it, because otherwise, if they can't get to a different alternative, then that tells me there's too much, which I think is what you're telling me, Cooper, which is, I appreciate the candor, that there's just too much distance. If there's too much distance, there's too much distance. If there's not, then some pre-meetings leading to the meeting, which we would convene, basically it would be, what do you got? I want to say that I know I'm speaking with a very thin layer of knowledge here about the dynamics in this, because I haven't been in it. but to me, we're giving you guys an opportunity to bring something together here. And if you can't, you can't. Because as you say, they know one another very well. This is not new. I guess that was Commissioner Burke that said that. Okay, back to you, Sharon. Sorry.
I think Commissioner Brown had some questions or comments, and I would want to hear from her as well as from.
Okay, but where you ended up
Chair.
was you just don't know enough to make to offer direction. Is that what
I'd like to hear more from our fellow commissioners. I'd like to hear from Commissioner
Okay,
Brown.
very good. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to take this in a little different direction. Because I've been thinking about this, and I think that this might help with the questions that Commissioner Smith has. So in a PLA, when you're doing an agreement, you're negotiating with the union on wages and fringe benefits, et cetera, on a project, correct? Okay, I see head shaking, yes, from Cooper. So in a CWA, what you're trying to establish, or what you're trying to do with master plan, is that what you're saying is you're negotiating with the union to be able to bring forth a workforce that is eligible to work on these projects. And it's kind of like a DBE goal, but it is a labor goal. So you would be negotiating, let's say it's a $10 million project, that 50% or maybe 75% of the workforce that is brought on board is been vetted through the union. They are certified and ready to go workers that have come up through an educational certification or whatever it is that they need to be able to be the labor force. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's a fair characterization.
So this really doesn't have to do with negotiating wages, or does it?
No, it's not so much of the wages, it's the process and the who is involved and what that looks like, as you described. I would leave it there.
But there's an assumption that, because I keep hearing that this is going to bring higher wage paying jobs to people of color and people that economically are from distressed zip codes, et cetera, that because they are union employees and they've been vetted through the union and gone through the process of education and certification, they're workforce ready. And so that what this agreement does is states that this goal will be met. Is that correct?
Yes, that a certain goal would be met. Yes, whatever that goal that is ultimately agreed upon is. Yes, Commissioner.
So that's where I think, I don't know if that helped with any of the other commissioners, but that kind of helped in my mind to understand this a little bit better. I guess the part that I'm a little distressed about with that is if it's only union and it's not open shop, that means that all open shop contractors who are working in apprenticeships, et cetera, like myself, we have an apprenticeship program that we're doing that is non-union, would not be eligible for the project. Is that correct? Sorry.
Depending on the number of core workers and the other elements, yes, it would be exclusionary in the way that you're describing for at least some.
Okay. And I don't know if that was helpful for the rest of the commissioners, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Other comments? Thoughts?
Maybe if Cooper, you could put a little bit more meat on the bones of that last answer. That it would be exclusionary for some, depending on the core worker and other elements. So is it that it depends on it's not that everyone has to have come through those programs, or that it's a percentage?
So, Chairman Brockman, Commissioner Burke, I appreciate the follow on. Yes, so the way I would describe it is that, core worker element, a component of the agreement is really about what what allowance is made for per firm that's working on the contract, per subcontractor and prime that is allowed to be non-union. And so there would be a percentage of folks that would be non-union. That is one of the areas of discussion and negotiation, frankly, and there's a wide range of perspective on whether that should be quite high in terms of percentages or whether that should be quite low. And we've seen in these agreements a different answers. But there would be, that's what I mean when I say exclusionary, depending on how that lands, the answer to that question, it would prevent some open shop firms and workers from working on those specific projects, depending on where that threshold lands. I'm sorry to be, that's the best I can describe it. I hope that helps, Commissioner.
Which is exclusionary. I think we can talk in circles. You guys know how I am. I like to get to the point. But I think I just want to know what options we're standing on right now. Are we considering directing staff to convene a very expedient conversation with stakeholders from both sides of the aisle who typically do these negotiations by themselves first before it comes to agencies? As Cooper stated earlier, this would be essentially the first time this is done ever. So, I mean, that's like a standard in the industry. Or is there some other approach that we're talking about here? Because also everybody has to keep in mind too that any ODOT job is a prevailing wage public works project. So your wages are essentially reflective of the wages that are going to be solicited and employees being paid in union, whether you're open shop or non-union. So the wage is the wage, it's the law. All the other ancillary things, those are maybes. There's no guarantee that this is going to be able to increase diversity in the workforce, because why would we wait to 2022 to do it? It should have been done decades ago, half a century ago. There's no assurance that anything is going to be any different than what currently stands, other than creating more barriers and exclusionary practices for those that are non-union. So that's where we're at. We have to figure out, I think, how we want to proceed. I believe, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the only other public agencies that has had these type of agreements in place is the city of Seattle. And I believe they have a threshold, right? I don't know exactly what that threshold is, but, and again, I get it. It's a pretty diverse area. And I know Portland's like the little sister of Seattle in a lot of ways, but we're talking statewide. It's a way different monster. Historically, ODOT has not spent a lot of money in the Portland area on infrastructure work. It's usually around the state, so it's a way different landscape. It's not really apples to apples when you think about Seattle, but correct me if I'm wrong, Cooper, I think that's the only other one that's ever done one of these outside of just as it pertains to direct negotiations with labor.
So there definitely, Vice Chair Simpson, there definitely has been the agreement in Seattle, and it does have a threshold, to your point. And that is the only one, I believe, that has been approved by FHWA. And obviously that's not a state DOT, but because of some of the elements of it, it was. There are other agreements with local jurisdictions, to include a recent one in the Portland metro region with Metro, the city of Portland, I believe Multnomah County, that make applicable these types of agreements. So there is some precedent as well at the local government level, if that makes sense. But not at the state level, to your point, Commissioner.
I'd like to just offer, if I can, for just a moment of clarity, because I think this point of clarity is important. So, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Simpson, I think that the difference that is subtle yet important in some of these is from a programmatic standpoint, I believe there is the one in Seattle that is negotiated and Federal Highways approved that has a programmatic lens to it. I think it predominantly serves the vertical industry, but we have mirrored and we have seen success in that. The ones that have been more local have been a project by project basis. And so community workforce agreements, I want to be crystal clear, there has been some confusion that maybe they're not federal highways eligible and those kinds of things. They are eligible. They're just used to dealing with them on a project by project basis. And that's been, I think, the historic process. And so hence you heard Mr. Brown's description of the Selwood project. And then I think the courthouse was also built under one as well.
But those were all negotiated in conjunction with the construction industry.
That's my understanding.
And what we're discussing is a process where we would proceed in a programmatic approach that would be exclusionary of the construction industry.
At the risk of being probably too blunt and too direct, the process we've been under right now has been directly negotiated directly with labor and the agency. We have not had other members of the industry at the table for that part of the discussion in the programmatic element.
Sorry, Sharon, I was just.
No, it's fine. Commissioners, let me get Commissioner Smith's comment and then feel free to make another one. And then I will answer your question about what I think my impression is ideas that are out there, which I think we need to understand our options as we, as a group of 5, identify them, but I'll try and list them.
So my question is, our goal here is to increase the workforce, increase minority contractors, increase training. That's the goal for this. Do we have any data of other CWAs that shows that it actually accomplished the goal?
I think that's a great question. I think, is that a question for Cooper for one? But before I forget and interject, I don't think we're explicitly even articulating this is for diverse individuals or minority businesses, because minority businesses typically are open shop. The only ones that are signatory to unions are very large ones that have actually graduated being certified by our state's co-bid office. So they're not even really minority businesses anymore, even though that's kind of a broken program in itself too. But they're large, and they're large because they have to be at scale to be able to perform the projects that they're committing to performing, which are typically, very large projects. The smaller ones are typically going to be like, hey, I'm going to call my uncle, I'm going to call my cousin, I'm going to call the guy down the street, I'm going to call people I know so I can round them up because I need workers, I need help to get things done. So I don't know if it explicitly says those things, because it would kind of be a liability and risk for those organizations like labor to say that, because they're not going to be able to do that because they haven't done that. And I could be totally wrong, but I'm just going off of history. What would be so different now than what's happened in the past? The demographics are still the same. Why haven't we been able to achieve success in growing the workforce for the future that is more diverse, or growing the businesses of color that are more diverse? We're going backwards actually right now. Maybe there's some magic program that they have or idea that's going to change that paradigm, But I think that's something, even if that is going to happen, it should really be negotiated amongst the industry and labor and of how they collectively are going to make sure that they achieve those outcomes that they're aspiring to achieve for the future as it pertains to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the construction industry. I'll stop.
So a follow-up to that, my question, which is, has it been successful either in expanding the workforce and or expanding the workforce, including communities of color? Is it successful? And the second half of the question is there another way to get there using a project labor agreement or something else where we can increase our requirements for training and apprenticeship and DEE goals without mandating it be through labor shops?
So, Chairman Rockland, Commissioner Smith, to answer your question, yes, I think the data does bear out that it's been successful in the places where it has been applied, like in Seattle, per the conditions and the requirements of those agreements. I think the argument you'll hear is that, and it's been brought up in this conversation, is that Seattle is very different than where we are. And what we're trying to do, and we need localized data to really assess whether these tools can be beneficial here in the Oregon context. And that was really the intent and part of the rationale of why we're doing this, is to get that specific data for our context, because context does matter in this space. To your second question around, are there other ways? I think it goes a little bit to the question that came up earlier. Yes, there are other avenues to achieve these outcomes and these objectives. But again, based on the answer to the first question, it has been successful in some of these other contexts. And so it stands to reason, part of the rationale for us was it stood to reason that we should be exploring this tool, and we should be trying to implement a tool like this to see if it can bolster our success, make us more successful. But it's not the be all end all, especially when it comes to diversity efforts that we're making as an agency, as you all know, in multiple spaces. And so I want to be really clear about that piece. The other piece I just would like to put kind of on the record for y'all's consideration is I went back and texted with staff. My understanding is that the C2P2 agreement in Portland was a master agreement, and it was negotiated directly with the public entities and labor groups. So that is, again, my understanding of how that was put in place. That is, as I understand, fairly recent and has only been some months now in the works. And so I don't think all the data is in to gauge the success or failure of those efforts related to the C2P2. But I did want to flag that. My understanding is that's how that was arrived at. That makes sense.
So I'll go back to Vice Chair's question of what's on the table or what's out there. What I've heard is convening a table by in an expedited way to get a check-in on whether there can be, whether a master agreement can be agreed to by by representatives of the contracting community and labor, without upsetting the schedule. And Chris informed us that schedule's already distressed, and so we'd have to set a date, I think. And I don't know what the exact date should be, but quickly. So that's one idea that's out there. A second idea would be to make this rule or this policy, this agreement applicable to a either all projects or some subset of projects. And if it's a subset, that would be one way to do it. The subset could be determined by, I guess, size of project or some other factor. Or three, to try and get some data. Another alternative way of getting there would be to not limit its applicability, but then I think, at least what I was thinking when this idea was presented, was there'd have to be some point at which we evaluated the data. So maybe a year into the rule or something, or 18 months into the rule, some period of time where we could get a snapshot of, here's our experience and here's what we saw happen, you know, whatever the outcome would be. And then we would look at rule modifications as necessary. And the other thing would be to, I guess, not provide any direction, just leave it alone as it is. So those are some of the things I heard. I don't know if that's the total list.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I may, only for my own understanding of how best to carry the next step. So I think what I heard in the discussion and what I just heard from your description is really three potential paths for direction for the commission. Path one is status quo. No direction needed per se. We just continue down the path of the negotiation and we continue the programmatic approach that we've been under. Path two would be the commission giving us explicit direction to convene another table, try one more time to get agreement around that table for the eaches of the conditions associated with a programmatic approach, and recognize that we have one bite of the apple for that. Path number three would be what I think I heard you describe, but again, I want to make sure I'm clarifying this. Path number three would be select a series of pilot projects, come back to the commission, maybe after a construction season. I'm adding that part in because I want to let you know we would need time to collect the data on those projects.
Sure.
But come back to the commission and report on those pilot projects and whether or not we're meeting performance criteria as identified on the slide here. That is desirable. In other words, the stress test and see if it works, and then come back for a programmatic discussion at a later date. You know, like I said, it'd be my recommendation would be that would have to be after a full construction season at a minimum, because we need to be able to collect the data.
So that would
those
be
are the three paths that I just heard.
Yeah, so that would be a year probably, right?
Minimum, yeah.
Okay, a year or a little longer. Yeah, or back to the first option, either just let it go forward as is without any kind of check-in point, or direct that there be a check-in point and use the data from just the rule being in place, which I think is what Commissioner Burke had been talking about early on, that rather than select projects, to just have the experience of the program being in place for a construction season, and then come back a year from now, and or 15 months or 18 months from now, whatever the right period is, and just get a report. How is it working? And then make corrections to the rule as necessary. Or, you know, if the rule is an abject failure, then repeal it. Those are the ideas I think I heard. And in terms of on the pilot project, in terms of a list of projects, I have a question back to you, Chris, which is how many could we handle if we did a pilot program administratively? You know, could we, if you pull up that list of projects that you had up a minute ago, or that we had up an hour ago, or whenever we first looked at it, I'm not sure which slide it was, but it's maybe slide 4 or 3. No, go in the wrong direction. There
we go.
6.
So, Mr. Chair, in direct response to that question, what I would say is, and I would harken back to our original plan. So our original plan was to do these things in parallel and generate this list so that we knew that there were projects we could dive right into as soon as we had some terms agreed upon. And so we had been envisioning somewhere in the 2 to 3 range, plus the Newburgh Dundee, which is already mandated.
Okay. So it ends up being 3 to 4.
That'd be my best assumption, right?
And so, what do you think, or what, Cooper, what do you think we could learn from that if we looked at 3 or 4 of them? I mean, is that enough to get adequate data to learn anything? Is it likely to be valuable to the commission and the agency and participants?
Mr. Chair, just in direct answer to your question, yes, would be my short answer. I think there is value, as I've said previously, in getting data around how these actually work in the Oregon context. And so, and as Director Strickler said, that has been a bit of our kind of desire all along, as part of this master agreement, that we would have some that come out of the gate, that and then we would have a time where we intentionally look at all the projects that we've done to date and assess that data. So I do think having some data is going to be important for us to be able to move this conversation forward on projects in Oregon. And that's been part of again, the rationale. While I have the mic, I will just quickly say, just for y'all's awareness, I was informed in the midst of this conversation to some of the last comments around where else has it been done, Commissioner Smith, your comments and questions, that as of a week or 2 ago, or even the past few days, there has been a similar agreement that has been inked between the San Diego Association of Governments and labor groups down in Southern California. And that has been a master agreement, and it has been negotiated directly between those public entities, which, you know, I would remind folks are quite large in that part of the country in terms of, and I would say somewhat similar to DOTs and with labor groups directly. So just wanted you to have that piece of information as you continue to consider.
But no thresholds.
I'm not sure of that, Commissioner, but if that's your understanding, I can certainly run that to ground.
I don't know. I was asking you. I didn't hear you mention the threshold. Sorry, I didn't hear the question appropriately.
I'll inquire.
So what's the will of the commission? Commissioner Brown, sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair.
Why don't we take the slides down?
Just wait, leave that slide up real quick.
Okay, leave the slide up for a second.
Just for 1 second. One thing that I think we really need to do is, if we're going to do a pilot and we're going to pick projects and move forward with this, that it be all over the state, not just in a metropolitan area, because we know the outcome is going to be positive in a metropolitan area, where in a rural area or in a small urban area, it may not be as positive. The outcome may look different. And if we're going to put in rules something that is across the board on all projects, we really need to see what the outcomes are going to look like statewide, not just in the metropolitan area.
Okay, any other comment before people start declaring kind of what their view is?
Yes, I have a question or clarification.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, so with option number 2 in convening quickly,
yes,
want to press the director on the timing. And it sounded to me as if any additional convening may mean we will miss this season, right? We're already pressed to get things going. And so I'm wondering about the viability of that. Is that a real option, or by selecting that option, are we actually saying we're willing to kick this another 15, 18 months, whatever it would be, in view of the construction season? And then the point just brought up by Commissioner Brown about which projects there might be. This is part of my point about selecting a pilot, is that, you know, you've got to, there are all these different variables that we might want to select in deciding what the projects might be. And I'm guessing that these are projects that were like, they're going to be ready to go. This is how they ended up on this list. And within the next construction season, there might not be enough representative projects that are ready that we would be applying this to. And so in my comment about saying we would need to reevaluate or evaluate the success of the programmatic approach, one construction season will give us information, but it probably may not give us enough information to make any fundamental changes to the program. So you know where I am on what we should be doing, but I just want to point those things out about options 2 and 3. But among them, I don't think 2 actually is a viable option. From what I'm really getting here, it's not much of a viable option. And really, we're talking about 1 and 3.
Chair Van Brockman, Commissioner Burke, I would probably offer that you captured it well. The likelihood of those ones in gray, so the projects in gray are really already on the cusp, even in option 1, and certainly in option 2, they're already on the cusp of being able to slip. Now, I will also say that if you choose a project by project route and direct me to select some projects, this project was generated with the idea that geography matters and that project size should vary, recognizing readiness and some of those things as well. So I think we can satisfy the intent of what I'm hearing in the conversation in that. But yes, we are stressed in that timing either way.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Smith.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak briefly to the timing issue, and
Sure.
I have
Will you
to
take down the slides, please?
Yeah, I have to say that
Thank you.
while I hear you saying we've got to get this in place for these projects, this is the first time that this has been before the commission on an agenda. And if we were in a hurry, I would have preferred to have it come to us before. So I am not going to make a decision because of timing when this is the first agenda that we've had a time to talk about. And so I just say that for, I understand what I'm hearing in urgency, but I can't make a decision of this magnitude quickly. And at this point, I am not comfortable that we have enough information and evidence that the goals will be achieved through this mechanism to say I'm going to have all of these projects go through this pilot. And that's where I am right now. I may, as I understand it better and hear more, change my opinion about that. But as of today, I'm not ready to say, yes, go forward with projects. I think option number 2 would be potentially viable. So I would be in support of that. And maybe it won't work, but I would like to see it try.
I second those comments.
Julie?
Hate to say it, but I agree. I mean, I don't mean hate to say it, but it doesn't, it doesn't sound right. it doesn't sit well with me, and I think all of us are really struggling with this. And I know staff are under the gun here, as far as trying to get things done, but I just feel like this is dangerous ground for us.
I'm okay with going forward with rule drafting because I don't think that having a rule in place necessarily means we have to use it. Am I right about that?
Are you talking about rule development or rule adoption?
Well, I mean, what I read in the chat was from Commissioner Burke, we're talking about going forward with rule drafting, not approval. And so I think this is the first time we've seen the rule. It's going to come back to us, right?
After comment, yeah.
Right.
Unless we adopt an emergency rule, which is an option under the APA, but no one's talked about that. So short of that, we would just be, which would only be in effect for 180 days. So it'd be largely, I think it would be difficult to argue that we get anything out of it.
So if we go forward with rulemaking and a rule is adopted, does that rule necessarily require us to do CWA, or does it give us the authority to come up with a plan to do a pilot or one or more or across the board?
The latter, Commissioner.
I'm comfortable going forward with rulemaking. I'm not comfortable that I'm ready to endorse CWAs yet, if that makes sense.
Can we just make one other point, Cooper, on the record, just for clarity? We kind of flew over it earlier, but I just want to kind of circle back around with it. I'm giving a hypothetical, so none of this is concrete or even being entertained. But the hypothetical is if the agency were to proceed with what's being proposed right now, which is what I think Director Strickler offered as option one. We go back to options again. It's like a STIP process. But that option one process, let's just say that threshold, which is going to be the thing I'm most interested in, and I think others should be interested in that because that really dictates whether you're going to benefit people or hurt people. Let's just say that threshold is $2 million. Does that mean that if a company is not signatory to a union, that they cannot participate on an ODOT project that is at least $2 million?
So Chairman Brockland, Vice Chair Simpson, not necessarily it would be the answer. I think it depends on the conditions of the actual agreement. And this is part of the challenge with this conversation, right? Is that so much of it depends on the eaches and depends on the specifics of this. And it was raised earlier, and I know that it's a tough spot to be in when we can't provide that in order to give us direction. But for instance, there are likely, potentially, I would say, rephrase, there could potentially be exemptions made within the agreement for subcontractors of a certain size or others that would allow certain firms to still work on those projects as well.
Okay, perfect. So what if that threshold was $100 million? That means there could be exemptions and other alternative options for those who are not signatory that are under that threshold, correct?
Yes, if I understand your question correctly, I believe that's correct.
Okay, because I'm just trying to get back to this the actual number. I mean, ODOT has a $5 billion budget. These are not like $10 million project for ODOT is a baby project, right? Like 20 million is still kind of babyish. Like, I mean, we're talking IBR, we're talking billions, right? So we have to think about it in the context of the companies that are going to be doing these large scale projects that are 70, let's just say 50, 75 million and up are already union contractors for the most part, because they're really large companies. Some aren't, some are. But when we think about the impacts it would have on smaller entities, that's why my brain keeps going back to those thresholds. What's realistic, what's necessary, and what still achieves the goals of the CWAs and the role that not only the unions play, but also non-union contractors play in terms of moving forward successful ODOT projects in our state.
I think I might just add to that question a little bit of a oversimplification, but a simple reference to your point, Vice Chair. Contractors can bid even if we have this agreement in place as an overlay. The question becomes meeting the requirements of that bid, right? Almost like a specification. And once you have the overlay of this, then they have to meet certain spec requirements or the requirements of the CWA, which in turn requires ongoing cooperation. So if you're a non-union contractor, you would have to then develop that relationship with the union contractor. It doesn't preclude you from bidding, but it does create, again, a greater specification overlay or conditions of the CWA overlay. I do want to say that, to your point, projects like the IBR, for example, we don't envision a future where IBR doesn't have something like this on it. And I think you heard in the presentation this morning, we're planning for it because projects of that size typically do have those. And so that's going to be something, whether we mandate it or not, it's something that we're anticipating. The final thing I would say is, I think the question, there are dozens of questions around this, right? So I'm not saying that this is the only question that might be coming up. But the question that comes up, I think, in the open shop versus unionized in the industry standpoint is, do I want to marry my business model to that spec overlay that comes with a CWA? That's really the question. So it's a contractor choice as to whether or not they want to bid.
Well, right. Yeah.
Cooper, did I capture that right?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, they have the choice not to bid.
But that's an exclusionary practice. That's a historical.
Yeah. So
I mean, if we're going to get into the details of the history of ODOT, like that would just model.
Well, what are you being incentivized to do or not do by the rules?
And that's
based on your situation as a contractor, depending on what kind of contractor you are, what kind of work you do, what kind of people you employ. That's why it's collectively bargained historically is for these arguments. So the reason to have a rule is to try and push forward something that's more mandatory.
And again, to both of those points, I would just say, I want to be crystal clear again, because these are all complex issues, but in that clarity, what we have heard so far is there are many that have made the conscious choice to not. And so that's why this does create a condition of whether or not they would want to bid on ODOT work. And so again, we are in an environment where we're trying to increase the number of participants and the number of bidders to our work on the DBE front and across the board for that matter, because we want to be the contract entity of choice. We want to be the one that everybody is coming to ODOT because we have a pipeline of work, we can grow workforce, we can continue that path. And so that is a consideration in this, and we have heard some of that. And again, I'm not in the inner workings of each business decision, but that is an important factor.
So when
apologies, my camera keeps freezing.
It's okay. What I'm hearing is rule drafting, but not rule adoption. At least I think that's what Sharon was suggesting.
Her hand is up, by the way.
Okay, let me just finish the thought, Sharon, and unless you want to make a comment first. Okay, so doesn't that, we're not going to adopt a rule, we're therefore not going to have a program until the rule is adopted, correct? Isn't that right? And if that's the case, then I think what we're saying is we're not going to do this construction season unless we do the pilot. But you can't implement a rule that's not adopted.
Yes, that's correct, Chairman Brockman.
I think what I was suggesting is that we could proceed with adopting the rule. I mean, we're not going to adopt it today, right? It was going to be on the agenda for next month.
Right,
So,
September. And then what I'm
September.
also, and then if we're going to adopt it, then what I'm hearing is with a threshold in it.
No, I think you can adopt it without any thresholds. It's just authorizing us then to make a decision about which threshold, if any, to use. Is that correct?
So that would be outside the rule?
Yeah, yes, Chairman Rockland, Commissioner Smith, yes, the threshold
Okay.
would be part of the master agreement. And the thinking behind that is that, as I've mentioned before, the idea is that this will evolve. And this tool, as we use it, we'll see that we might need to be longer here, shorter here.
Sure. If you're not going to index it.
And we don't want to have to go and reopen up rulemaking every time that we need to make an adjustment. And so the thinking was to give the agency broad latitude through the rule and the authority to do this in more or less kind of broader sweeping ways and have the elements allowable, and then have the details as part of the master agreement itself, if that makes sense.
So then would the agency adjust the rule, adjust the threshold, or with the commission?
No, that would be under the authority for the director and the agency to make those adjustments is the vision.
Unless we write the rule to say it's coming to us.
Yes, you could certainly do that.
Okay. So.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, but I just want to say one more thing. We had a slide which said July 27th, we're going to publish the rule for comment. Today's the 14th. Go ahead, Sharon. So we better get this straight about what we want this draft rule to say if we're going to publish it out for comment in 13 days or whatever the number is, 11 days. Sharon?
Okay, so I think my understanding of how the rule was going to function is not accurate, because I thought we could publish it, adopt the rule. The rule would give authority to ODOT and the commission to decide whether and under what conditions we would enter into a CWA. If that's not the case, then I'm not comfortable proceeding yet. And to me, the policy question that we are being asked to decide is, does ODOT want to require some contracts to have a certain percentage of union workers on it? I think that's the policy decision we're being asked. And I'm not ready to make that.
So on your comment about, well, I mean, I think we could have a rule which would do what you were just saying, would authorize a program with the commission coming back and adopting the details of the program. I mean, we could just give ourselves, I think, don't we have it under statute? Don't we have the authority to issue a rule? I mean, I would just think we would wait until we knew what we wanted in the rule and then adopt it then.
Well, I guess what we could do is, I mean, I skimmed the rule. I think I need to understand maybe a little bit more about it. I think it would be okay to publish it for comment because we can make changes before we adopt it, correct?
Right. Correct.
So I don't want to slow down. I don't want to derail the process necessarily. I'm fine keeping the process going, but I want to be very clear that I'm not committed to saying yes at this point on adoption of the CWAs.
Okay. So in terms of a pilot, then I think that kind of eliminates having a pilot unless we say in the rule that, except we're going to have this pilot section that's going to go where we're going to authorize some authority for the commission to it. I just think I think it would be hard to do within the time frame we have. So then that gets me to the other idea that's floating, which is convening a table. How are people feeling about that?
Marcelin's hands up, Chair.
Sorry. Marcelin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. We sure have gotten ourselves twisted here. So really sort of understanding the process, what the staff was bringing to us and asking for some guidance about. And so the rule itself is quite general. All right, so that is in fact correct. And it's all in the agreement itself. And as contemplated, we don't see the terms of said agreement, right, until it is a done deal. However, I believe that the director likes his job. He wants to keep his job. And so he is hearing loud and clearly from us the concerns we have about thresholds, about the percentage that's going to be required to be union and those sorts of things. And so I wouldn't expect that whatever that the end result of that negotiation would be something that didn't seriously take into consideration all of these concerns that have been raised. And moreover, I believe one of our witnesses this morning said that they had drafted or were drafting their own version of the CWA. So we don't have to guess about what it is that they think is the right mix of things either. So I think as we're coming here, hopefully to the end of this discussion for today, is that what you're suggesting, Mr. Chair, is that we would have them come back to us, the staff come back with the terms of said agreement to have us weigh in on those terms. And while it is a master agreement and it is programmatic, that seems to be more in the line of details that we are not best equipped to deal with, to make that kind of level decision. I think that guidance about these kinds of concerns that we have about who might be excluded, by the very nature of there being requirements. Having requirements means that someone is going to be excluded, right? It is not open season. I'm
sorry, go ahead.
So I'm concerned that if we start veering that way, that we are in fact moving in a direction that I don't think is the right level of involvement for the commission, but rather that we're stating some very broad policy objectives, which we said at the outset we all agree about, and that that this process is one that that I would suggest that it unfold as it has been presented and planned, rather than us getting into those details.
So I think I was unclear. What I thought I said and what I intended to say was that the rule that comes back to us for approval for publication for comment, which I think is what comes back to us in September, would include a provision, or if it's the will of the commission, that sets a dollar threshold. That I think is appropriately in the rule. I don't want to fly spec or have us involved unless I'm a lone voice in dealing with the master agreement. I don't think that's, as I said earlier in the meeting, we're a policymaking body. We're not we should not be fly specking contract language, even though there are 3 of us who are trained to do it, and the other 2 are probably as capable as we are of doing it. So I don't think that's our job. I do think it's our job, if the will of the commission is to have a threshold for the rule to be applicable, which there is no such threshold in the draft that we have in our packet today, that we direct the drafters of the rule. I guess Cooper would be, based on what he said about who's negotiating, he seems to be the leading that the Cooper include that if that's what we want. And then I was just saying, what's the amount? Is it 5 million? Is it 20 million? What is it? So that was all I was saying. I don't want to fly spec the master agreement. I don't think that's a good use of our time. It would call into question where else we would start to get into our very long and complicated agreements as a department. That's not where the commission should spend its time. So I agree with you. And if I was unclear on which agreement I was talking about, I was not talking about the master agreement. I was talking about the rule, administrative rule. And I think I heard at least Orlando say that some threshold would be important to have in the rule. So I think what I'm hearing is from Commissioner Burke that she would support proceeding with the rule. I think Commissioner Simpson wants a provision in the rule that sets a floor. And on the cost number, and I don't know what your number is. And I think what I'm hearing from Commissioner Smith is she's not ready to approve a rule till she has more information.
That's where I am.
So I think I think we could draft the rule, include a threshold provision in the rule, which could be 1 sentence, I think, or 2.
I'm also real quick while we're on this topic, I was just looking at the Rules Advisory Committee, and it seems like it's heavily weighted towards individuals that represent labor. How were those individuals selected for that committee? What process did we go through?
Chairman Rockland, Vice Chair Simpson, we reached out to the entire range of stakeholders and invited them all to the process, and to the table for that advisory group. We had some that were more interested in coming and some that were less interested in participating in that. And that's reflected in the ultimate kind of outcome of the numbers. We tried to intentionally create the process for garnering feedback from that group to be a non-voting process that requires and allows us to get a perspective of all the range of voices and perspectives on this, recognizing that we didn't want it to be you've got more people on the committee, and so therefore that's what carries the day. And we've been pretty explicit from the beginning of the conversations that at the end of the day, we want this advisory committee to give us recommendations as the agency, but at the end of the day, it is ultimately the agency and ultimately, of course, to the degree that y'all are involved and want to be, the commission's role in approving what the final agreement looks like. The one thing I will say, just to this conversation, just to put it out there, Mr. Chair, if I understand correctly, what you just described in terms of having the threshold in the rule itself, I would just flag if the intent and the expectation is that we coordinate what that threshold is with our labor partners before we put it in the rule. It's, I would say, all but impossible that we're going to have that in place by September timeline to bring back that final rule to you. Of course, it takes 2 to negotiate anything, and so I'm speaking a little bit on behalf of the team that we're negotiating with. But my reading of things is that it would be highly unlikely that we'll get to a place where we agree to that. As I've mentioned before, that is the most contentious piece of the negotiation that we have. So again, that will have an impact on our timeline. Just wanted to make sure you were tracking that.
Yeah, okay. And I don't want to be, I want to make sure that Orlando raised this, and I want to make sure that he is speaking to it in terms of putting a threshold number to be subject to the rule. What do you think?
I don't know if you're asking me a question or not. I mean, that's just the meat and potatoes right there. Outside of that, all the other stuff is great content, you know, ideologies, inspiring terms, great. But if you're not talking the dollars, which is what I feel like this is my fiduciary responsibility to be weighing in on in this position, then everything else are maybes. That the dollars are the real conversation. Yeah. And so that's just my stance on it. Sorry if it makes people uncomfortable, but that's the easiest way I think we would get to a conversation of what's fair for both parties, from union representatives and the contracting community. And really, ultimately, this is about the workers, about the workforce, the people who aren't even engaged in these conversations. I just want to make sure that that dollar amount doesn't create a hindrance or a barrier for those individuals and the people that hire those individuals, whether they're union or non-union.
So Cooper, to your comment, if we put a rule out for comment, which is what we're talking about doing in September, and it has a number in it, people can comment on the number. I mean, we're not adopting the number. We're proposing a number for comment.
So Chair Van Brockland, yes, process-wise, that would be the way it works. And I'll just remind the commission that, you know, typically in the rulemaking, we go through all of these processes and steps before we bring to you a final rule. So we go through the public comment period, we go through all of that, and then we bring it to you for your final consideration and approval or amendment. And you always have that opportunity to amend the final rule before it goes. That is your discretion as the commission, I believe. And so that would still be the case here. That if we bring this back to you in September or later, you will have your ability to weigh in at that point. We are bringing it to you earlier because precisely as this last hour and a half is reflected, I think this is a very important topic, and we wanted to make sure we had ample time for you all to have a discussion and understand our perspective.
So I saw Chris's hand up, and I also saw Sharon's hand up.
Chris, go ahead first, and then I just have a clarifying question.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm feeling a little bit like what I'm hearing, and I'm reflecting a little bit on Commissioner Burke's comments earlier, the need to over-clarify kind of where we sit and maybe offer a path for consideration. Not that I want to diverge from the three paths that are there, but I think what I'm hearing is, in general, some comfort, but not uniform comfort in the status quo. So understand that. I'm hearing some comfort in convening an opportunity to have one more good college try at it. But again, not uniform comfort in that. And I'm hearing a whole lot of uniform comfort around a commission that appears to want more data to help inform their rulemaking for a decision that they're not ready to make today. And so in that regard, I almost wonder whether or not it makes sense for me to convene a table of the interested stakeholders, talk about pilot projects that would be included, carry those pilot projects forward and agree on the projects and agree on the schedule that we would then come back to the commission for a rulemaking process for a programmatic effort. Again, I only throw that out there because I'm trying to find some synergy in the conversation. And make sure that I can give our team the guideposts by which to stay between as they're moving forward. Happy to be told that I didn't capture it as well.
Commissioner Smith?
I'm going to ask my question instead of responding to Chris's suggestion, because I'm not sure. So my question is, was it the original approach that we would adopt a rule that basically said we're going to do CWAs without knowing precisely the threshold and the details of the contract, and that the ODOT agency would then decide that?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Smith, that ODOT as the agency would decide that in conjunction and through the negotiations with labor. Yes, that's an accurate statement, Commissioner.
So we basically would be adopting a rule and we don't know what that rule would allow.
Right.
I'm not very comfortable.
Sanguine?
The reason for that, and I'll give just a brief background, and I'm sensing all of that discomfort, and it's understandable. The reasoning behind it was this. The rule was intended to create the permissive structure for us to enter into these negotiations in an earnest way that allows the authorities to be granted. It was not intended to be something where we would negotiate each of the details of the rule elements. And the reason for that is because in these agreements typically, and again, if you use the framework of not a programmatic but an individual project, each agreement is somewhat different in those agreements because of geography, because of available workforce, because of the needs of the work and what the work dictates. All of those agreements create a different outcome in the negotiated status, which is why, again, you see more examples of them done from a project by project standpoint than you do at a programmatic standpoint. So the reason we were coming, and I would submit if we were in a project by project standpoint, we likely probably wouldn't have come in and had this conversation around rules, because we would have just entered into that on a contract by contract basis. Because we're looking at the programmatic effort, this is more of the permissive status that allowing the agency to enter into that. So that's why we did not have at least the intention, but I'm hearing otherwise now, of some of those details built into the programmatic agreement.
So I'm not sure we have a majority of the commission that wants to go forward on CWAs.
Here's a quick question, Chair, to Coop and maybe Strick. So you guys were saying even if a table was convened, you don't feel like it would be able to be timely enough to come to a consensus on whatever that negotiation looks like by September, right? Coop, that's what you were saying. So what would be the risk associated with that if that did not happen?
The way I would characterize it, Chairman Rockman, Vice Chair Simpson, the way I characterize and answer that question, and I'd be interested in if Director has anything additional. I think it's delay. It would certainly, as we talked about, it would kick us into the next construction season and cycle. And as has been mentioned already today, there are going to be some of the large projects where these types of tools are going to be in place and used. I think it would behoove us to have data that allows us to better understand where they can be most effective and how they can be most effective as we go into some of those projects that come down the pike at us that we know are coming. And we know might not be included in this master agreement approach, but would have similar elements to them. So I think there's just an education loss in the longer we delay of how effective a tool like this could be for us without having some data that demonstrates, again, its effectiveness or lack thereof in the Oregon context. And so it'd be a matter of delay and an opportunity. There's not the end of the world. We haven't done these yet, but it is, I'd say, a significant, and I do say back to how I opened the presentation, recognizing the workforce challenges we have across the industry, I think it is incumbent upon us as an agency and imperative that we do explore every tool in our toolbox as quickly as possible, and recognizing it, of course, as quickly as y'all are comfortable with, recognizing we're pushing fairly aggressively on this particular tool. Hopefully that.
So if our state has clear results of in history of industry and labor working together on these on a project by project basis, right? We have those yielded success? Do we know that? Like,
I believe so. I would look to, I think Chris might have more to add, but I'm thinking about the Selwood project and others. And I think that, yes, they have yielded success.
And I'm familiar with the report Portland State put out about Selwood. So it has its positives and it also has some alarming negatives as a result of that project. However, the point is that both of those entities have been able to negotiate terms as to how they can not only have success as it pertains to workforce and contracting, but to move a project forward within budget. And so I'm trying to understand here, if that's our risk, that's the bad side. The good side is maybe this forces these two groups to sit down and figure this out. And I think, to me, that's logic, because if they've clearly shown that they've been able to do it before, why are we so apprehensive to allowing them to do it again? That's where I'm just a little confused at that piece, because, and I'm also confused as to, is one group wanting to and the other group not wanting to? Or how are we at this space where we're not able to get these stakeholders, because they really are, into the room to figure this stuff out? Because again, if one of them's not, then that tells me that's not a genuine partner. That means they're only working on their own personal self-interest, and they're not even thinking about the collective impact of how that impacts our state. And so that would be a red flag to me. But I just want to understand here today, why are we in this space right now, and why can't we force the hand of those to say, look, just like I think Commissioner Smith mentioned earlier, maybe it was Commissioner Brown, yeah, we're not going to be happy with our results, what we want, but we have to have some sort of compromise to move forward, because it can't be about just I, me. It has to be about we. It has to be a collective approach. And personally, I mean, that's where I would feel comfortable, is forcing folks to do the right thing and make those sacrifices. So I know that's a long drawn out like question statement, but I'm just really curious. If that's our worst case scenario, then I would say the best case scenario is we're forcing people to work together.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, just being super direct. If we reach success in a discussion like that around the table, then success is achieved. If we don't, delay is the answer. It's the fallback, and we're having this same conversation at a future commission meeting.
And I think it's for us as the commission to understand who was willing to be at the table to have those conversations and who is not. Because that is something as commissioners we should know if we're going to be making these very like important decisions as it relates to ODOT projects.
And to add on to you, Commissioner Simpson, I think that when you look at the art of negotiation, when you start forcing this, that's the other thing. It's like, well, we're not sure we can get them to the table to agreement. Well, when you put them in a position where they have to, then you get results. It's just my own feeling on it.
All right, I don't see the chair, but I'm director. It sounds like we have a couple of scenarios here. We need to, I mean, we've spent a lot of time on this today. Somebody didn't estimate the time appropriately. 75 minutes was not adequate, but I'm just, okay, there he is. There's our chair. So I'm just curious, where do we stand? We need to probably be big kids here and move on with how we want to proceed.
Yeah, I agree. So Chris, could you go back and summarize what you said a second ago? I think that was the latest kind of suggested proposal.
Yeah, so the latest suggested proposal that I threw out there was, again, trying to coordinate what I think I'm hearing, which is I can get both parties in the room, assuming they're willing to come to the table and have a conversation with them. We can decide on the project list, and get going as quickly as possible to collect the data on that project list, and then also report back to the commission on agreed upon timeline that we will collectively say to the vein of partnership that Vice Chair Simpson just described. To the vein of partnership there, we would collectively say this is the time we would come back and have a rules conversation with the commission. That is one option. The other option that I think I just heard from Vice Chair Simpson is just go get them back in a room and see if you can get to agreement on the programmatic.
Well, to summarize that, I'm just so tired of polarization. Like, can people literally just get out of their own way and figure out how do we work for other individuals? I mean, for once, I think that's really just where I'm trying to explicitly get to here.
So what's the sense of the, I mean, either way, I would like to have you to have that conversation, either as an isolated action or not. And I'd be prepared to put a rule out for comment that would give us a little time to talk further or think further leading up to what would ultimately be a vote on a rule later in the year to adopt it after the comment period ended. So I'm comfortable either way. Either with, I like your list, Chris, because it's inclusive of Orlando's idea. But if people want to do it incrementally, then we could just have you could go have the conversation and come back and report it. And then we would know that. And then we could make a decision in September. But if we're going to put a rule out, which I think we were planning to put out later this month, if we're going to put the rule that's in the packet, then if we were going to delay authorizing that to go out for comment, recognizing it's subject to change. Yeah, my own view is if we're going to initiate rulemaking, there's no reason to wait. We could just put this rule out, take comment on it, and then come back and amend it as we saw fit. I don't personally want to see the master agreement. I don't want to read it. I don't want to comment on it. I mean, I will read it if you give it to us, but I don't want to engage in, unless I'm a lone voice and we're going to do that. And I'm with Commissioner Burke on that. I don't think that's our space.
Well, I want to know what program we are implementing. That's where I'm seeing. And
I'm with you on that.
And so I'm comfortable with Director Strickler and the team trying to convene the parties and either come to a program agreement
or not,
and come back to us. And if he's successful, then we go from there.
And then should we publish the rule for comment now?
I'm not ready. I mean,
Okay.
at first I thought I was going to be, but this is the first time we've talked about it.
I know.
And I'm not comfortable yet.
I'm sympathetic with that comment, believe me, and I won't elaborate, but it would be good to have a little more time to think about it. So, all right. So is there any objection to Chris convening a table, seeing what can be done and reporting back to us at or before the meeting in Eugene in September?
I would hope it would be before.
Hopefully before. Any objection to that? And then we'll take the next steps. Commissioner Burke.
No objection, I don't suppose, to that.
That was resounding.
But yeah, I don't like it, but I'm not
I
gonna
know.
do it. But I also just want to interject that while we have this feeling of urgency because of the construction season, this isn't in fact new. Like we've known we've been on this path. We've known that we knew that the group was convened. We knew who was in the group. We knew the decision was made to negotiate with labor organizations and not these steps, this is not brand new coming to us. What's brand new actually is just the wording, I think, of this very general.
No, we have not been briefed on this before.
Is that right?
We have not brought this to the commission formally, Commissioner Burke, until today.
Not in but I mean in our different, individual briefings.
No, this is.
We didn't know we were on this path with the CWA.
Just one briefing.
Okay, there was one briefing.
Like a month ago.
Okay, so yeah, but it wasn't just like, Monday when I was having briefings, right? Okay, so I'm not, okay, so it's not quite as if it just came up today, I guess is my.
No, this is the first time that we've had as a commission the opportunity to discuss it and talk about it, the pros and cons.
As a group.
As a group.
Okay.
Okay, so I've not heard any objection to moving forward with the convening by the director of a meeting of the principals or the meeting of representatives of the various interests, and he and Cooper will report back to us as soon as possible, but not later than September 14th in Eugene, and hopefully we'll hear something sooner. And I would encourage the parties to have the conversations they need to have ahead of having the conversation with Chris to be in a position to talk turkey.
Can we also request that the director report back if there's not good faith efforts being gestured by those stakeholder groups?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I don't know how to articulate that, but like if not being responsive and like avoiding the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I understand the direction. I'm comfortable. I will report back.
Okay, great. Thank you for everyone for the thorough conversation today. And so we are now at 2:15 and it's our lunch. So should we take a half an hour for lunch and come back, or just go get lunch and keep going?
I need lunch. And I also wonder if we should think about everybody who's on the agenda, and maybe we either decide to continue on longer today or reschedule, because we've got a lot of folks who are teed up.
Yes.
And they have some uncertainty. So let's talk about that.
Okay. One idea I have is to move the decision up, because they're about on time under this agenda, a little off, but not a ton off. But I'll leave that up to Chris. Chris, why don't you go do your magic and come back? We're going to have lunch.
Yeah, if I could offer during your lunch period of 30 minutes, and if we come back at 2:45 by my clock, I will have a plan with the leadership team of the things we need to get done today versus things that can wait for the next meeting, and have it mapped out. If that works for you.
If it's the things that can wait till the next meeting, should. But unless people want to go longer, let's get that. What's the comfort level on going another hour? Do people want to go longer today, or would they prefer to stay as close as possible to 3:30, 4 o'clock closure? Could you go to
I mean,
2:45.
it looks like there's a solid 40 minutes of financial updates from Travis. I wonder if that can be done pretty concisely since they are action items. But obviously Chris is the master of the clock, so I'm sure he'll have a plan, but we can
do that.
I can stretch
Or
it
could everyone
a little
hang
longer.
on a little longer?
Yes, although it puts me at risk for migraines, so let's be efficient.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a nice lunch. See you at
Thank you.
2:45. 2:45. Thanks, Chris. Did you get protein, my friend? Good. Me too.
That is tuna sandwich.
Yeah, tuna is the way to go. I went with tuna too. Go with the swimmers when in doubt. Okay, I just checked in with Chris to say, are you ready to present your proposal for the rest of the meeting? And here he is. Okay, Chris, what's the answer?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we have a suggestion for reordering of a few items. I'd suggest that item H, we can delay until a future discussion. Item I was just a brief update letting you know that we have submitted the required NEVI update plan to our federal partners, and all of that is in your packet. So I don't know that that needs further discussion unless you have a question. The item J, which is the ADA update item, we plan to come back to you in September with a fleshed out plan for a finance plan to deliver on what we know to be a greater impact on overall costs associated with delivering on our commitments there. The quick description there is just simply, we want to give you the whole picture because we've been coming to you in pieces. And so we will have the fleshed out finance plan to have for you by then. With that, the final item that I would suggest we delay would be the Orgo road usage charge update and really dive into the decision items. And that should bring us to roughly about a 15 to 25 minutes, somewhere in that range, to cover all three of those items. And Mr. Brower has assured me that he and his team can do that and likely still have you at a meeting conclusion right around the 3:30 timeframe. If you're all comfortable with that, that's what I would suggest.
Okay, any objection to that plan? We'll be done at 3:30. Okay. Mr. Brower, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and we will do our best to go very quickly through these three financial items. I'll be joined by Mr. Flowers, who manages our STIP process, as well as Mr. Porter, who manages the budget. I'm going to start and cover the redistribution strategy that we have brought forward to you. So by way of background, every year, the Federal Highway Administration sets aside funding for competitive grants and other programs out of the main pot of federal highway dollars. At the end of the fiscal year, any money that won't be spent is redistributed to all the states, and everybody gets a share. But states that can obligate more funding immediately often have the opportunity to get more money in this redistribution of funds. So we always make an estimate of redistribution funding and calculate that into the base funding in the STIP. When we get more, we come to the OTC to allocate it. As we review the way that the IIJA is structured with a large number of competitive grant programs, we believe that there's a possibility for some record-setting redistribution allocations that will be well above what we have built into the STIP, and we want to be ready for that. As a result, we have developed a long-term proactive strategy for how we can make use of redistribution funding that we believe will allow us to maximize the amount of redistribution that we receive compared to if we did it on an annual basis and basically scrambled every year to come back with a plan to the commission. So we will bring to you today this strategy so we can build our plans for the next 5 years and get projects and programs lined up for funding now, rather than doing that on an annual basis and more reactively. So over the last few months, we've looked at some of the priority areas across the agency that are underfunded and have identified 4 particular priorities. So first, we have a significant need for additional investments in ADA curb ramps. The materials that were in your packet today, unfortunately, we did not get to, show that there is a need for about $1.2 to $1.5 billion total. And we have provided only a portion of that. So there's hundreds of millions of dollars additional funding that is going to be needed, both in the next several years and really all the way out through 2032. So we believe it would be very important for us to set aside a portion of redistribution for those needs for ADA that have become into clearer focus really in the last couple of months. So the strategy we have laid out sets aside up to $100 million through 2027 as a down payment on the larger funding plan for ADA that we will bring back to you in September. Second, you've also heard about our very bad, awful, terrible state highway fund maintenance and operations deficit. The latest update that you approved of this strategic action plan action items directs us to use federal funding to work to reduce this O&M deficit. And you set aside $40 million in Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funds for this purpose. Over the last several months, we've been really, lifting up every rock to see what could be federalized. So we've identified some additional opportunities, and we'll continue to look for opportunities. So it would be appropriate in our mind to set aside some of any of this unanticipated additional funding for federalizing our O&M costs. And we, in the strategy, would like authority to use up to $100 million for that purpose. Third, we need about $10 million in additional funding to continue the Interstate Bridge replacement project that Mr. Mabey talked about today through next summer, when we hope that we will have a legislative funding allocation approved and can then shift to using those funds. But we do need additional money to keep the project going until those funds can be made available. And then fourth and last, in the 24-27 STIP, the Fix-It program took a hit to cover ADA curb ramp needs. In fact, the Fix-It program initially received less in 24-27 than it did in the 21-24 STIP. So the original STIP action indicated that we would pay that back with any additional federal funding we received. We're not quite there yet. There's about $18 million that we're still short, so it would be appropriate for some of this redistribution to be used for that purpose. Most of that money that was taken out of the Fix-It program came out of our pavement preservation dollars. And so as a result, we're going to see the potential for pavement conditions to decline. So the strategy basically asks for flexibility to use funding for those 4 priority areas. The mix of funding we would use in any year might be different. So for example, in 2022, we would likely take care of the Interstate Bridge and then focus on ADA with some additional resources likely going into federalization. And then over time, we would be able to whittle away at those needs and be able to use the redistribution funding effectively. Our hope is that if we do have this proactive long-term strategy, we will be able to secure significant redistribution funding. So with that, I will stop and answer any questions and request your approval of a strategy.
Questions? So could you just run through the numbers one more time that you're requesting?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to do so. So knowing that we have no idea what the actual numbers will be, we have laid out a very large amount of funding that would include up to $100 million for ADA, up to $100 million in federalization of operations and maintenance costs, $10 million for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, and $18,160,687 for Fix-It. We likely will not get to those numbers, given that we're talking there at almost $230 million over a 6-year period. And so we would likely prorate those and prioritize within that. And we'd be certainly very willing to provide reporting back to the commission on how much redistribution we actually received and where that money goes. And of course, could always come back to the commission in future years if we either get a lot more money than we expect or less money than we expect, or there's a different prioritization several years into this process.
Okay. So my other question was, if let's say we get it's 228 million is what you just laid out. What if we get 50% of that? Do all these take a 50% haircut, or what happens?
Mr. Chair, most likely we would focus first on the Interstate Bridge because we don't want to have to shut the lights off at that project for want of $10 million to continue the development. And then we would likely prorate across those other priorities.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved that we approve the proposal on redistribution of federal funds. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Brown seconds. Discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Simpson.
Aye.
Commissioner Burke.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, Travis.
You're very welcome. Thank you. I will turn to Mr. Flowers for the next item.
Jeff, you're on mute.
Yep, always do that. Good morning, good afternoon, Chair and members of the commission. For the record, Jeff Flowers, Statewide Investment Section Manager. So as you remember, last year, we brought to you the first annual STIP amendment to kind of couple up and bring a bigger portfolio of changes to the STIP instead of nickel and diming them to the commission. So this is year number 2. In your packet, you've got a list of 61 projects, 12 which happen to be new. There's a mixture of new funding, adjusted funding due to the economic conditions, and savings from prior projects, which is kind of crazy because we closed projects out, even though everything seems to be coming over in these times. But nonetheless, we've got some extra money that's going in. So the funding's going to new projects, scoping new projects that are adding scope. They're leveraging against each other to be able to provide better power of buying, and also due to economic conditions. So I am here today to request your approval to be able to move these forward and amend them into the STIP, please. And if there's any questions, I can be glad to answer.
Questions for Jeff? No? I don't have any. Are we ready for a motion? Do I hear a motion?
Move approval of this amended STIP.
Second. Commissioner Brown seconds Commissioner Smith's motion. Discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Burke?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, and I will turn it over to Travis and Daniel.
Great, I guess I will go next then. Good afternoon, Chair Brockland, members of the commission. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget, and I'm here to give you 2 budget updates. One, asking for your approval of the 23-25 Transportation Operating Fund proposed budget, and then to kind of give you an update on where we are overall with the budget process. The first slide that I have is to give you a table that has a look at the TOF budget. TOF is our acronym for Transportation Operating Fund. And you can see that we've got a beginning balance that we're carrying over from the current biennium to the 23-25 biennium. And then we have revenue coming in. The revenue source for this is the fuels tax that has been paid and used on off-road equipment like your lawnmowers and leaf blowers. So this is AKA the lawnmower fund, people call it. It's just sort of affectionately named because that's a lot of where that revenue comes from. So we make an annual estimate of how much that is every year, transfer it into the TOF, and that becomes the source of revenue. Then that can be used to fund. Really, basically, it's very flexible. It could be used on any non-highway use. So the only, that's pretty much the only stipulation is that if it's eligible for highway funds, it is not eligible for TOF funds, and vice versa is true. So it's a powerful source. We use it as sort of the funding of last resort. So if you have dedicated federal or other dedicated state funds, use those first, and then TOF can come in and cover the gap, or in some cases where there is no other funding. This budget process is very similar to how we do the budget process for anything else, and that it goes through sort of rigorous review. We have some set of guidelines. We prioritize how the money would get spent based on, is it a governor's priority? Is it something the legislature directed us to do? Is it part of our strategic action plan? So through that same sort of steps. And then we end up with what you have here before you, which has a mixture of some like ongoing commitments. An example of that would be like passenger rail, which we're asking for $23 million for. We've had passenger rail in our TOF budget for a very long time, and it continues to be like a big source of funding to keep running the passenger rail program, but also some new investments. The Innovative Mobility Pilot Program that you guys created. So we've got $6 million in it for next biennium, and then that's just the beginning, and then it'll have an ongoing amount that would be dedicated to a top fund dedicated to that program going forward. And then EV charging grants. So we have $1 million set aside next biennium for electric vehicle charging grants. That's again, beginning of an ongoing program that will have additional funding in it to support really that whole total of $100 million or more of investments for electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So those are some examples, probably the two biggest ones. And then finally, we keep a reserve. So there's like $2.5 million set aside there in reserves. That is for things that happen during the biennium. And there are always something. The governor's office comes up with something, the legislature comes up with something that we really need top funds to cover, because these non-highway funds are very scarce for the most part. And if they come up with something they want to spend money on, we'd have to take that from something else that really probably already needed that funding. So having a reserve is a good way to provide some backstop when those kinds of things happen. So we're asking you to approve a total of about exactly $53,992,759 in estimated expenditures to give us a little bit of an ending balance. Of course, if all those expenditures don't happen, then it just increases the beginning balance for the next biennium. It gives us more that we can allocate in 25-27. So I'd be happy to take any questions, or we can move on if you want to the next slide, and we can come back to this.
I think Commissioner Smith has a question.
Okay.
Thanks.
I do. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just have a question about the $23 million for passenger rail. Where else do they get funding? This is a huge percentage of the funds that we have. Just trying to understand the rationale for that high of a allocation.
Really, the only other funding for passenger rail comes from Amtrak itself. So there's the Amtrak ticket sales, right? And Oregon gets a portion of the revenue. It's shared with Washington because it's all part of this Amtrak cascades. But those aren't anything that Oregon can control in terms of the prices, and how that revenue is really not at all sufficient to cover the costs of running the Amtrak Cascades program. So there is a pretty large subsidy that has to come from somewhere and to continue the program. And that's what that $23 million investment is. I'd have to get back to you with like how much total, what their budget looks like. I don't have that off the top of my head, but we could certainly get that to you, Commissioner.
I'm just curious, with the IIJA, is there any passenger rail grants and money that might be allocated? And so can we?
I think there is
other things.
There is a pretty big set of improvements or set of funds associated with Amtrak out of that. I'm not sure exactly how much is competitive grants versus how much would be direct allocations to certain corridors, but be happy to look into that for you.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith, I can address that just a little bit. The funding that is coming from the IIJA for passenger rail is substantial. However, it is primarily capital corridor improvement funding that we anticipate applying for to improve service, to make it more frequent, more reliable, increase speeds, reduce delays, those sort of capital investments that we've often done in programs through, say, the Connect Oregon program or other places. So we might actually use some of our TOF funds to match those federal grants. There is really no federal operating assistance coming in for the state-supported corridors. Amtrak essentially, under federal law, is required to have the states support those corridors. Other than the ticket revenue that comes from selling them, The states are required to cover the costs. They covered the cost of the long distance corridors, say from the Pioneer from Portland to Chicago, for example, or the Coast Starlight from Seattle to Los Angeles. I believe also one of the sources of operating funds for passenger rail is the custom license plate fund, where the vanity plates, I believe, go into passenger rail service. But in the past, there was some general fund resources that the legislature contributed, and then that stopped about 3 biennia ago, I believe, as we transitioned to other funding sources.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Then we are looking for a motion to approve the 53.992 million.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Brown is moved and Commissioner Burke has seconded a motion to approve the total estimated expenditures on the TOF proposed budget for 023-025. Discussion? Okay. Vice Chair Simpson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Burke?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown? And the chair votes aye.
Aye. Sorry, I couldn't unmute.
And Commissioner Brown votes aye. So that is approved. I think that's all we have. Is that correct, Director?
That is correct. So who would have thought not only are you on time, but you are early now with the shuffling of items. So that is all we have for today. And again, those other items we can bring up at another time.
Okay, great. Anything more from the commission? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Have a great rest of July, great August. We'll see you soon.
Okay, I was gonna say Commissioner Smith had her hand up.
Oh,
I just wanted to say, I just wanted to thank Cooper and Director Strickler and the team on a very challenging discussion today. And I applaud the work you've done, and I didn't intend to undermine your work to date by any of my comments. And it's just, I'm struggling with this, and you guys are doing a fabulous job. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much.
Ditto. Thank you.
you're here. I agree. So, and we look forward to an update. Hopefully a positive one. So thank you all very much, and all of those that helped put this together today. So we appreciate it. Okay. We're adjourned. Have a good week, rest of the week, and a good weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.